Hello, guys, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is the final day on the finals. Day number 3. We have made it all the way to here. 12 matches down, and we're ready to get into our final 12 to find out who will be crowned the victors, taking that title of the winners for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring. Of course, I am not alone on the desk. I'm joined by Proxy, and we're going to be taking you through all the insanity here today. How you feeling?
Pretty excited, very keen to see what the teams are going to be bringing into today because, as you said it, after today we have our Spring champion. This is going to be the day that they have to lay it all on the line. They need to bring every single bit of energy, every single best performance that they've been planning and strategy that they've been planning onto the table to hopefully give us some of their best performances yet.
I think it's going to be quite a bit of performance that we are going to be looking at from these teams, stepping in and just showcasing absolute pure talent across the board. But of course, as we know, we have a few things that we have to work through before we can eventually get into our very first match of the day. And well, we are going to be starting it off with the format, right? To take a bit of a look to see what the teams have gone through, what is still to come, and what lies beyond today. As we know, they've made it all the way from the league stages to the league stages, sure. The league stages up into the finals. We're on our very last day, but again, it's going to be a very grueling 6-match day. So it's going to be a tough performance. But after this, our top teams will be advancing through into those regional finals to go duke it out against the teams coming through from the PMPL Arabia. So there's going to be so much up on the table here as the teams are going to be stepping through. But of course, still 6 more jumps, right? 6 more hurdles to work their way through until we can crown those victors.
Absolutely. So, I mean, for the teams today, it's, not only is it that opportunity into the regional finals, not only is it that opportunity to get themselves a share of, the wonderful prize, but of course, the bragging rights that they were the first champion for PMPL Africa, of course, the Spring 2023 champions. So, I want to see them bring through their best possible performances.
Well, as we know, aside from slots, the teams are also playing for their share of the prize pool. They already have been awarded $1,300 for their participation within the league stage, but it's here in the finals where they get rather the biggest breakdown of the
Biggest?
prize pool. Yes, I mean you build a brig, right, and to get
Hmm.
to the other thing. Sure, that's exactly what it is. So obviously, the higher that you place on the overall standings, the biggest share it is that you get of that $60,000 prize pool. But as we also know, the MVP, they've got a lovely award coming their way as well, $1,000 up for grabs. And we've seen some pretty strong contenders coming in for the MVP as well.
Yeah, so I mean, really, we've had some shining performances. We spoke a little bit yesterday about Koa as an example from Black Hand, really stepping up with the damage and numbers and the knocks. But we also saw, I mean, Hazem as an example just kept coming through in clutch for the likes of their team, really making sure that they were the best possible hide and seek champions. See, now you're giving me that same little weird English vibe here. But it's going to be down to today, last day of finals. So if anyone wants to be the player to bring through that performance and be crowned the MVP, they have to make it happen here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very sweaty day indeed of action, chaos, and mayhem yet to come. But for the final time, right, in case you've forgotten and you weren't here for any of the previous days of action, let's take a look at our attending teams and exactly who we have stepping out on towards that battlefield. It is going to be quite a spread, right? We see some returning names from our previous season of the PMPL, but of course then a few newcomers, right? A few strong contenders that have also just risen through the ranks and brought with them some very exciting PUBG mobile action.
Yeah, look, we did give a lot of focus over towards Titans after day number one, just purely based off their consistency, managing to get themselves a top 5 placement in every single match in a day is no easy feat. So the fact that they made that happen was phenomenal. A really good start to the weekend. But we know coming back in day number two, it was Ra'ad that brought through that consistency. Just bit by bit, they were inching their way over onto that overall leaderboard. Again, it wasn't anything as massively dominating as we would see from the likes of Titans or GREEDYFORKILLS, RUKH Esports, etc. Because, well, everyone has their own style and all the teams have their own strategy that they're going to be employing. So ultimately, I don't know. In terms of today's teams that we should be expecting to pop off on the charts, I can't really take anyone out of the count, DK. Like I have I have a good idea that any one of these teams could step up and be a surprising force.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, they've all shown their capabilities. They've all shown that they are here, that they mean business, and that they want to be quite a formidable force to be, to be encountered rather out on that battlefield. And this is going to be the final day for the teams to step up, show us what they've got. But also think this is a great opportunity for us now to remind the viewers about the Royal Pass for month 21 is still available. Is going to be ending soon, so be sure to go check out the video for a few highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and of course the Graham High set. So let's take a look. Oh, some very exciting skins coming through on that set there. But of course, we also want to use this opportunity to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. I mean, they've been part of the scene for such a long time, and we really appreciate them being here and making an event like this, very, very possible, and having the teams then showcase some of their monstrous performances. Now, speaking about monstrous performances, we've had a lot of that over the past few days. I mean, just in the last 2 days of finals, we've seen some very, very surprising performances. We saw in a few of those replays that we had from yesterday that we had Phonics just go, that 1v4 with a little bit of the shoddy action over in towards Miramar. I mean, that's just one of the bits that really stood out. But there's been so much of that, and of course, we are going to be getting a lot more of that to come through here today as well.
Absolutely. The rinse and repeat coming through from this map rotation as well is going to give every single team that equal opportunity. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, rinse and repeat. So bringing that action back on Miramar, even Sanhok. I mean, we were speaking about it, the four-player curse as it was. It seems that if you had a full team and there was someone else with the DBS, well, yeah, you have to say goodbye to that one.
Well, one thing that we also then going to be taking a quick look at is our overall standings to see where the teams are coming into today and how much work is still ahead for them. Of course, Triple Esports, we've been seeing such a phenomenal grind. We know that they started off yesterday with 41 points for placement and eliminations. They've been able to bring in a bit of an increase. But we also saw then yesterday that RUKH Esports were able to overtake Titan Gaming, just hopping 2 points ahead of them. And I want to see what this is going to result into today, but also a very impressive performance that we've seen come through from the side of Blackhand and RUKH. Both teams managing to make it up onto the first page, but neither of them have yet found themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Look, it's been tough for some of these teams, right? We know that it's not as easy as it looks to get those winner chicken dinners, especially not with the zones, with the flight pass that these teams have had to deal with. So it's pretty impressive with the fact that we are having some of that consistency in our top four teams picking up those winner chicken dinners. What's even more fascinating is the likes of Black Hand as an example, finding themselves still in that top 5 placement, even though they haven't been able to get that boost in terms of placement points, just purely based of eliminations, they have managed to secure top 5. Now, obviously, I would imagine they're going to be aiming for higher and higher standings, because why not? It's we're not going to be just settling for top 5. We want to get as far up that leaderboard as possible. So would very much be interested to see what Black Hand will be bringing into today's set of games. RUKH, I mentioned it before. I mean, just the consistency they brought into yesterday to go from top 13 to top 8 in a single day of play against teams like this who are at this caliber. Again, we can't fret that. We can't say that that's an easy task to make happen. So big shout out to them. Would love to see that once again happen today.
Yeah, but I mean, what RUKH has done yesterday is so impressive. I mean, they started the first day only finding 16 points. Yesterday, they found 58 points, right? So that is an absolutely insane increase in performance. But of course, as we know, they started over on that second page. Now, speaking of which, let's take a little bit of a look and see who we have situated there and what the point situation is on that front.
As you take a look at it, URUS Esports also, I mean, picking up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners in a single day of play in our second match, in our last match. Nothing to scoff at whatsoever, and a fantastic showing from them. They are still going to have to climb those overall rankings, though, because those fantastic performances yesterday are not going to make up for the fact that every single team is pushing the bar at the same time. No one's really trying to slack here. So, would love to see what they're going to be bringing into today's set of games. CRYPTICS, yeah, it's again for any fans of PMPL Africa, it's weird to see CRYPTICS on this side of the page, especially
Mm.
coming the last day of finals, to see them in top 10 only. Question mark. You know, we normally
Mm.
would look at CRYPTICS as one of those teams that we set the standard at. You know, to say that, well, if you wanted to get to the top of the standings, you need to at least be able to match CRYPTICS. And now we just have new challenges stepping up every single day.
Yeah, I mean, CRYPTICS, as we know, they came into the finals sitting with 61 points, bonus points to their name. So, based on what we've seen on their current results so far, they haven't really been able to find a lot of success in the previous 2 days. I mean, looking back at their performance from just yesterday, they only found 28 points for the entire day. So, this is definitely not the CRYPTICS that we've grown accustomed to seeing in the previous seasons. So, I hope that we see a bit of an increase, right? That step up, them really having the stars align, having a lot more go click as they make their way through the 6 matches here. So it's going to be a glorious opportunity because that chance is there, right? We've seen a team like RUKH, for instance, really step up phenomenally coming through from that first day into the second day. So I can't see why a team like CRYPTICS can't do the same. They've shown their capability just in the previous season. We want to have that happen yet again.
I mean, this is more or less the same roster that took that championship from the PMPL Africa Fall in 2022. So we know that they are capable. We know they most certainly have the talent. They've gone up against the likes of Titans before. They've had that PMGC experience as well. They just need to showcase it here today. And I mean,
Mm.
look, if they make us eat our words in a single day of play, then I think that's just as good as a compliment. And I would be very happy to eat my words and see CRYPTICS take some fantastic games. But it's going to come down to the rest of the teams as well. We know it's not just CRYPTICS in this top 16 lineup today that is looking to bolster themselves on the overall standings. Titans
Mm.
also trying to reclaim that number 1 spot, has been very close to doing so, but RUKH Esports, GREEDYFORKILLS, they're making it tough.
Yeah, they definitely got to be looking to make it super, super tough. But of course, speaking about tough, right? Let's take a look at that schedule as well. Our map rotation, our final map rotation right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. And it's going to be the same as we've seen in the previous 2 days. We're going to be starting it out in the desert, heading into the jungle, and then heading over to the bread and butter of PUBG. Of course, it's Erangel, right? Then rinse and repeat to close off the day. And I think once we get into that last half of the day, that is where the teams are really, really going to look to break a few molds along the way.
I loved the energy that we saw on the likes of Sanhok yesterday as well, just in terms of the little bit of chaos that the teams kept bringing in. But Miramar and Erangel did not disappoint either. I mean, we've had such interesting zone placements, we've had such interesting shifts that these teams have had to deal with and had to adapt with. We've already seen, you know, there was a little bit of those hot drops coming through in every single one of those matches. Teams, you know, trying a little bit of something different, even just trying to push the envelope of what they've normally
Mm.
brought through in previous matches, potentially trying to get the drop on some of the other teams, you know, because we know everyone's done their VOD reviews, so they want to go against the grain, hopefully to surprise
Mm.
their opponents. But for some, it's worked out better than for hopefully today. It is just going to be smooth sailing for everyone, because I would really like to see what everyone in their best performances at their peak can honestly
Mm.
achieve.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there on board with you on that one because we've seen some phenomenal opportunities come through. Teams just really stepping it up. But I'm curious to see who's going to be taking that winner chicken dinner, the very first one for today. As we know, back on day one, it was the players from Triple Esports who secured themselves that first chicken with 9 eliminations to their name. Yesterday, it was Greedy stepping up, but they did so with 17 eliminations to their name. So far,
Nasty.
the envelope has just been pushed further and further and further. So I want to see who's going to be rising to the occasion. But I would not say no to a potential play coming through from the teams situated a little bit lower on that leaderboard, right?
Mm.
Anywhere from, let's say, potentially 13th, moving downwards, right? So Arab Golden, we know that they found a winner chicken dinner on the first day as well. So nothing stops them from achieving that coming into the final day. We know the Mind Weapon, they also were able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. That was also Miramar, but that was game number two. Miramar number
Oh,
two. Let me yes, to state that properly. But either which way, there's a lot of opportunities for these teams to have great success. And it's all going to come down to who can keep the coolest head while pushing through these 6 matches. And I think
look,
that is where the importance really lies.
I think it's also just I'll put it out there. I want to see going to be breaking the Greedy for Kills record. I mean, they have
Mm.
the record in the league stage with 22 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner. They brought in the 17 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner just yesterday. So they have both records now for Miramar. Someone needs to challenge them.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, right? We definitely want to see a few of those potential upsets come through. But of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking as well. So be sure to hit us up on social media and tell us what your thoughts are, right? Who do you think is going to be the team to take the championship? As we've seen, there's been quite a bit of back and forth. There's a big build up. We've got so many strong contenders coming through. I mean, RUKH, from what we've had just yesterday, already looking to just increase that performance, looking to close the gap. They've taken the leap up ahead of Titan Gaming. But do you see the players from RUKH continuing that push, maybe claiming that pole position, or do you think it is going to be the players there from Triple? Of course, hit us up, right? So you can see all our links that we just had there. And we'd love to hear from you. Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa when you make those said predictions or comments. We'd love to be able to read those as well. So yeah, definitely hit us up.
Absolutely, we'd love to see what you guys have in store for us. We've had some good chats with the viewers in the streams as well. They've brought in some interesting points. They've brought in some interesting opportunities as well for us to just have some discussion in terms of what's the favorite teams looking like, favorite maps, and where they think this is going to end on up. So make sure that you hit us up in the chat. Let us know what you think as well, because
Mm.
again, predictions have been impossible this season. They have honestly been impossible for anyone to try and take a gang at it, because these teams have just constantly been going against the grain, which
Mm.
is great. Don't get me wrong, it is fantastic that we are seeing such a competitive spirit. The fact that we are still talking about an opportunity for someone, like a legit opportunity for someone to take first prize away
Mm.
from Triple Esports on the last day of play, is unprecedented compared to our previous seasons of PMPL Africa.
It's scary, it is super scary. I mean, if you look at the momentum that these teams are starting to build up, yesterday we had 3 teams bringing in more than 50 points across their 6 matches this yesterday. So it's insane to look at the possibilities. I mean, right, there was 3 more teams who brought in 40 plus points across their games. So there's so much potential coming through, and I want to see who's going to be those teams to really step up and push that extra little bit harder to climb up the rankings and potentially maybe bring in a major upset.
But of course, that all starts on our first map of the day. It's the only way that we are going to get closer to finding out who's going to be the PMPL Africa Spring 2023 champion. That is a mouthful, but these teams, they're going to be gunning for that title.
Well, speaking about mouthfuls, of course, we are going to be looking at that flight path as well. It is going to be starting over at El Paso, all the way on that western front, heading across to the east, not before touching on a little bit of that junkie Minas Generale, and opening up a great opportunity for Impala. So we know that is where Triple likes to go, heading in towards that direction. So I want to see whether or not they are going to stay true to their drop locations. But of course, Titans taking a very quick exit stage left. They're heading all the way back up towards that trailer park. And this is where things are now in a little bit of a to be determined stage, right? We don't exactly know what the momentum, what the approach is going to be coming into this very first match.
No, so again, we mentioned briefly that there were a few teams trying a little bit of something else. Already we're seeing once again that same energy from Arab Golden, one of the first teams that we saw changing up a little bit of those drop sites, specifically over towards Miramar. So once again, they find themselves right up against RUKH in El Paso. The zone is very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Now, we know yesterday it was a tease, right? It didn't quite, it went to Oasis just for like 1 or 2 phases, and then it dropped down. We went to that Valley action, and that Valley honestly brought through such a wild rotation coming through from the teams. I think it was down to not Ra'ad, Black Hand, Titans, and yeah, the Mind Weapon that were holding off in the top 3 placement, and just purely based off zone shifts and because of the terrain, it didn't quite go the way that anyone expected.
Yeah, but that's what we want to have, right? Unexpected plays coming through, it not being that all too predictable for teams to really figure out what exactly the zone is going to be allowing them to do. But for the time being, it is going to be us just waiting to see where our first bit of action could be coming through. It is going to be the players here from Ra'ad sharing the occupation with Arab Golden in towards the lovely El Pozo. And this is I don't know if this is a nice setup or maybe a little bit of a more risky approach to be taking.
Yeah, so I mean, again, the question that we always have to think about, especially when teams are going to take these hot drop opportunities, is yes, there is an opportunity for you to get some early eliminations, right? Because you're right close and personal to another team. But that same risk, that same potential is on your backs as well. The other team could pick you up. They could take you out completely, potentially even. So I would hope that both for Ra'ad, both for Arab Golden, if they are aware that there was another team, Arab Golden should be because of their VOD reviews. Ra'ad might have seen the parachutes come through. Then I would hope they disengage. I would hope they just keep the distance. Just focus on rotation. They've got a long journey to go up to that northeastern portion. So backing off now and just giving that space, you can always take the engagements later. We know it's going to get wild into these next few phases. So if you can just slow things down for now, stay consistent, and try and control as much as you can, it really should pay off a little bit more for them towards the later phase.
I hope so. I hope so because I'm seriously considering installing like a seatbelt on my chair. Because there's so much that could be happening right here today. I think this first match could give us a pretty good indication as to what these teams are going to be looking to establish as the momentum, right? Where they're going to be looking to set that bar for the remaining proceedings here today. But of course, for the time being, it is a little bit of tranquility that we are experiencing. I mean, the team's really appreciating and respecting that space. Everybody going through their looting phase, ensuring that they've got themselves set up as best as they can manage at this point. But once we get into the next stage, which is about 4 minutes away, that is where we are going to be seeing a higher potential for even more challenging positions and plays. Because as we saw, right, the zone has taken that shift up north. There's already a decent chunk of it that is not accessible.
Yeah, so I mean, just cutting down that that playable area is already going to be forcing these teams into a little bit of that awkward situation. We saw that there were a few teams that were hindering towards that northern side, but obviously no one really goes there. I mean, this is Miramar. We don't really look at Oasis or even the northern reaches of Torre Ahumada. I said it right today, huh? Well, better, not right, but better. So it's no surprise that they'll be likely sticking towards more the southern band of that zone just for now, until we get a confirmation that, okay, well, guess what? You are forced to move up to that northern side. I would love an Oasis finish just because of how just weird it would be.
You and me both. You and me both. I mean, I think I've only maybe once seen an Oasis finish. But that was very, very long ago. So, yeah, we need a bit of a refresher. We wouldn't shy away from that zone, pulling up in towards Oasis. But also, I wouldn't shy away from it just moving north in general, right? Maybe up in towards Torre Ahumada, maybe a little bit of Campo Militar, because those two are regions that we also don't see get a lot of love. The zone, very rarely, especially in the competitive scene, moves in those directions.
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it did happen, then I think we've covered every bizarre zone so far in PMPL Africa just in this season. So, you know what? Let's just go for the top. Let's go for some weird, bizarre record. Maybe we can get a new record indicted. But absolutely, we take a look at still what's going to happen in terms of these rotations. CRYPTICS, one of the teams that are more towards the southern portion. I think they're only bested there by Triple, or over towards Puerto Pareso. So they're some of the teams that have the longest rotation to get into the zone. And we know that southern portion of the zone already, especially that San Martin, Graveyard, Minas Generales area, that is going to be stacked with teams, just purely based off their usual drop sites. So it will be interesting to see how they manage that. If we have the teams giving that space, because they do generally like that center proportion of the zone. where currently actually RUKH Esports are holding. So that would also be a bit of an interesting shift.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of very challenging plays to come through. And of course, as we peer over in towards the water treatment, it's going to be Koa now finding themselves in a little bit of a less favorable position here. We got a Hulk just holding up on top of that ridge line. They got a one shot to bring in that support here. But Virtual Gaming Squad, they've not been having the easiest run. As you can see, their average elimination for Miramar sitting on about 1. So I I wouldn't shy away from an improvement on that. I mean, we know yesterday we were asking for Lag to bring in some placement points. They heard us. They stepped up. They secured a lot of placement points. But now we want to see teams that are situated a little bit lower down on that leaderboard to really, find that extra little bit of a click coming into today's performances. And of course, Miramar is going to be a phenomenal starting point to have that happen.
Absolutely. So rotations, rotations, rotations. That is going to be the name of the game. Now you can see Koa still sticking around, just peeking and prodding, maybe having a little bit of a Morse code conversation here with Hulk because there hasn't been any connections just yet, and unfortunately for Koa specifically, a little bit of an isolation treatment now happening here towards water treatment. So hopefully the team will be able to rotate in. They're still moving through from La Cruberia, so they will be a ways away before they can back up Koa. So right now the focus there for Koa just is to stay alive and wait for backup. GREEDYFORKILLS as well, also spotting a few of those rotations, so it will be interesting to see when we do eventually have these teams taking those fights. Oh well, thank you. I think I just got that answer.
Yeah, as we know, Greedy, they really proved themselves yesterday. Nossa.
Oh.
Sure. I mean, okay, that's Zuxi. That's Zuxi driving. It's not Nossa. But fortunately, Zuxi is able to make the vehicle go right side up, as they now get ready to move a little bit further afield. Of course, now speaking about moving further afield, Zoran has also moved even further now, just taking a little bit more of a assertive position up into the northeastern territories. So that is going to allow for a big continuation up towards that northern rotations. But it's also going to be so challenging because we already see 4 teams situated there, and the other 12 are yet to rotate in and find a decent spot to call home, at least for the time being.
Yeah, the Zerg gods are bullying me because now we're centering up on that place that I don't like to say. Rude. So it's fine. It's fine. Let's see. I see how it is. It's cool. It's cool. Okay. But Blackjack Esports already losing out one player there towards the play zone. Unfortunate for them. However, rotations will deem that hopefully Blackjack Esports will be able to just get their players back up into action. Of course, still a plethora of teams that need to find themselves this positioning up towards the north. And we're still cutting down playable area, right? We're still cutting out that northern section of the zone. So, I mean, it's at least we're not involving water this time. But we're still making it difficult for these teams to find a space to just relax and get set up.
I mean, I think the closer we get to water this time around is going to be the blue zone. That is, of course, going to be allowing quite a bit of interesting plays, as it is forcing the hands of teams. But one team that is not necessarily having their hand forced here is going to be Lag. They've got Knight very isolated from the rest of the team, but it does seem like they are able to provide a bit of a helping hand. Bring in that Overwatch, that Crossfire, and now Knight having to try and get themselves repositioned while Virtual Gaming Squad continue to make their push. But again, Virtual focusing a little bit more on that western front, not going to be full sending it out blindly into the side there. And of course, Hulk showing us how to exactly not park a vehicle on the edge of a cliff.
That's just anxiety central, my goodness. If I ever did that to my car, you know what? No, I don't deserve it. So we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully they'll be able to just recover that and keep the rotations going. Hulk, yeah, unfortunate situation now out in the open. I think Grammy should be able to get these connections quite easy, unless there's a little bit of a dip that I'm not seeing. Nope. There is. So RUKH will be able to pick up at least one confirmation. First elimination for Miramar on our last day of finals. And already, this is the little bit of an upset we were talking about, right? Especially for RUKH Esports. If they can keep having that energy, maybe they can catch up to triple.
Oh yes, the opportunity is there. But speaking about opportunities, it is now exactly what Virtual Gaming Squad and Black Hand have to work with here. Both teams on opposite ends of this compound. Plaza still going to be holding back ever so slightly. taking a little bit more of a distant approach here. Oh, but look at
Love
that.
that.
Koa just reaching in, not even going to waste time getting inside. Instead, they bring the spray through from outside. One shot now, trying to pick up the pieces, but it is going to be wanted to come through with a bit of that third-party spray, and this is why you need to stay away from the windows.
Absolutely. Well, you need to stay away from the rooftops. Unfortunately, Koa will be going down too quickly for RUKH to even try and get a res in. And in the meantime, as they try and make that dash, Storm goes down. And now all of a sudden, it is whittling down here for Black Hand because Arab Golden decided to make a move and just help out the likes of Virtual Gaming. It's wild to think that they've made this rotation together all the way from water treatment. So this has been an engagement brewing for a long time.
Oh, yes, it has. And, of course, there we can see the map as well. But the shots come through. That is going to be a RUKH picked up. Malik now super low in the health boss. Wants a bit of an opportunity onto his Plaza. Tries to push it in, and they succeed. That is going to be Black Hand now getting sent out. The first team to fall on Miramar. Not the kind of start of the day that you wanted to see, but it is a glorious start for Virtual Gaming Squad.
Again, I just can't believe that they've rotated together all the way from water treatment. I mean, we saw Koa and Hulk having a little bit of a Morse code conversation, but now Virtual Gaming, as if they thought it was done. No, 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 no. Arab Golden is still going to be poking and prodding, maybe applying a little bit of that extra pressure. However, again, time limits on this engagement. Yes, there is an opportunity to pick up a few eliminations, especially with the numbers advantage Arab Golden have, but this is all the way out of zone, so they need to get themselves moving on into a better spacing. Virtual Gaming not going to go down without a fight.
Oh, yeah, one shot. That's all they need, right? They just need that one shot to try and secure a decent position. Now, Arab Golden going to come in rushing, applying all the pressure they can find. It's going to be wanted an Eagle. Looking to cook it up. Oh, this nade could be the one. It could be on the money, but instead it bounces off the wall. Quality going to come rotating up the back end. Malik, one shot, now trying to find a good place to just hide away in, but the shots continue to find them as Malik now gets taken on down, not before finding that nade on towards wanted. And this is all coming down to one shot. Looking to see whether or not they'll be able to survive. But Zuxi moving in. We got Raad also pulling in on the distance there. And this is now the opportunity. Quality holding strong out in the blue. The spray comes through and down they go. They get the shot. And that is Virtual Gaming Squad also now getting sent out.
Oh, that's so rough. And you could see just how down to the wire that engagement was. I mean, one shot literally had 10 bullets left in that AK. Had to make a dash out in the open because they honestly just had no choice. What were they going to do? Go for a fist fight in a gunfight? No. So they had to make that rotation. They had to get themselves into a better position for just looting. And then, unfortunately, their teammate falls. And it's just the numbers advantage overwhelming the likes of Virtual Gaming. Meanwhile, we do have to ask the question, is Kofi not visible? Zuxi, you see that, right? You see... You saw, but it was a little bit too late. But of course, there is still the rest of GREEDYFORKILLS to clean this one up.
Oh, and clean up they shall. They do find Kofu, and that is going to be the end of them. Raad still holding on to a few players. They still have two up. It is going to be Hazem, and again, just holding steady here on the edge of zone. But as we can see, they have quite a bit of an opposition here. It is going to be Arab Golden Lag, as well as Titans moving in from the north. There's going to pose quite a bit of an issue for them. Meanwhile, Escanor now trying to get the vehicle secured just out of harm's way. But a very risky play. Senke then also coming under fire there as URUS actually reaches in all the way from that northwestern side. And Wave now just thanking their stars as they've had a little bit of that pressure being alleviated. But Marshall's still going to be waiting around. Wave down on a two-piece. Gaddafi and Co now just waiting steadily to see what is going to come through. But the rush is there. Marshall not going to wait any more longer. Let's see, is the shot going to be the one? Marshall not just trying to ensure that they do their due diligence. They want a beautiful preemptive setup here before they get rushed.
Absolutely, trying to set themselves up for success here. But of course, in the X scenario, you know you're always at a disadvantage, always on the back line. So it's a little bit of a hope for a miracle here that is also being in play for Marshall. And they're going to be sent out. Might be a good connection. It does find at least one. And there's the connection from the little battle to find Gaddafi. So this is the miracle that Marshall needed to close this one out.
Oh yes, but now they have to act super quickly because the World Battle not going to wait around. But up comes Petrox looking to find it, but unfortunately, they will be denied access as the shots have connected on through Kron, saving the day for the side there of CRYPTICS. Now Marshall, they have to pay the price, right? They've already been granted a bit of an opportunity, but the World of Battle now having the upper hand. They've got the numbers advantage, but as we know, Marshall not one to take a fight on very lightly.
No, again, still in a 1v X scenario, now it's a 1v3, at least an immediate 3, with the World of Battle pushing up. But I'm loving the fact that we were having our eliminations be the likes of Arab Golden and the World of Battle. Again, two teams, like I said, have that potential. Any one of these teams have that potential to be the leaders, to be an absolutely dominating force into these matches. So now the World of Battle, looking for the closure. As long as they get the timing right, don't fall to any of these wild nades that Marshall does not have. So yeah, this is just going to be a straight-up gunfight.
Well, let's see how this one goes. There's going to be all the battle now, trying to figure out where exactly they need to go, as Marshall has not made a single sound. They've got no cues to work off of, but they got to do their due diligence, sending out utilities into almost every nook and cranny. But this is where they could expect Marshall to be situated. Now, oh, they find him. The shots come through, but down they go. The World of Battle riding absolutely high. Meanwhile, it's going to be Triple and the players here from the Mind Weapon also getting into a little bit of an altercation. We got Vista pulling in right behind them, and this is not the best setup now coming through for Triple, as they've got two teams, one on either side.
Yeah. So again, just in all of this chaos, in all of the zone moving on up, is really going to be forcing some of these wild cluster rotations, putting teams into positions they weren't quite planning. I mean, no one would choose to be stuck in a sandwich here, but we're going to see Mazzaro being left behind now. Triple Esports moves on up. Just look at this. Keen, calm, and collected. Trigger discipline for the step up comes through. Triple Esports, though, they should be overwhelming Mazzaro in this situation. And they will be getting that first knock as Cacao does rotate on out. Just leaves their teammate behind, because honestly, what choice were there?
Yeah, very, very limited options. And that is super unfortunate, as Vista also have to settle for that 12th place finish. Meanwhile, the Mind Weapon going to be looking to quickly get themselves back into the swing of things, looking to get those reses through before Triple comes knocking on the door. It's now down to Icy, Thor, and Old Boy. A very, very capable trio. Let's see. Will the trio suffice? Will they be able to get the necessary reach in up towards the Mind Weapon?
Utilities being sent on out, just trying to clear some of the buildings and get a reaction out of the Mind Weapon so that they can get some information as to where they're holding. But currently Hamoud just down low, staying to the ground, trying to not give anything away at the moment. Just waiting once again for their opportunity to step up and hopefully surprise the likes of Thor.
Well, hopefully that is exactly what they'll be able to accomplish right here. They need to act quickly, because the Blackjack, they're getting intrigued by the shots that they can hear off in the distance. But now Triple keeping it nice and steady. They don't want to overextend their play. They don't want to overextend their reach, but it's going to be Icy and Old Boy now looking to flank around. Ooh, now getting themselves situated within the zone, and this could be that turning point. As Old Boy and Icy now get ready to push on forward. The spray's flying uphill. It's going to be Zard to be found out there by Blackjack. And again, it is Triple receiving a bit of a helping there. But will it suffice? Will this be sufficient now for Triple to rush in and get those elims before Blackjack come in to crash the party?
Time limit after time limit. These teams are up to the wire. Beautiful jump shot coming through from Max to secure that entry over towards Thor. But again, we know their job is not done. They need to make sure those health bars are up at all times. With all of the reach across from these third-party opportunities, we know Blackjack Esports, they are just waiting for a pixel to stick out, for an opportunity to be there for them to pick up a few eliminations. Already a few shots moving on through. Thor down. And now Icy and Old Boy in a spot of trouble. They do have the zone behind them, but again, it's out in the open. They can't move on further with the threat of the Mind Weapon. Zar now trying to secure greener pastures, and look at this push-up coming through from Delhop.
Let's see what's going to come through now. Delhop has a bit of an opportunity here, but Bronsberg also going to be reaching in, just adding to the pressure that these teams are experiencing. And looking at the size of the zone, it's no surprise to see so much third-party contribution coming through into this altercation. But Triple now trying to figure out whether it's going to be worth the effort to try and push in. They could get picked off by either Blackjack, the players from RUKH, or even the side of URUS, as no one really has a very secure position at this point. But the Mind Weapon, they're not gonna complain about this one. Delhop, Max just holding steady, waiting to see what that deck zone is gonna do. But Icy, I mean, you can try as you may, you cannot outjump the spray coming through. And now it turns to Delhop. Titan also gonna be falling to RUKH. In the meantime, I mean, there are so many upsets here.
This is lovely to see these teams all stepping up at the exact same time. It is once again, take your pick to see who's going to be the champion on this first match of Miramar. Finals, baby, are here. Ultimately, though, we're going to be looking at URUS in center. They're going to be holding some good cover, at least, waiting for the rest of the teams to rotate in. But we still have to see how Delhub will be able to get themselves out of this one. They should hopefully not be following suit with their teammate taking a bit of a Superman dive on into cover. So they'll be snaking it on into the ground, keeping it low, trying to keep it quiet. Arab Goldwyn also relegated down to wanted. Now holding on here just towards the western side. All three of these teams, I mean, Arab Golden, GREEDYFORKILLS, Lag, they're out in the zone. They still need to find greener pastures in, but URUS will greet them as soon as they try and make an approach into center.
That's going to be the challenge here. Is how do you get yourself situated without getting spotted? And meanwhile, wanted just holding a steady angle. Already 6 eliminations up for Arab Golden. But look at that lag. Using the opportunity. RUKH also moving through, but the trigger discipline coming through here from wanted. I mean, they're just waiting to see if the stars will be blessed towards them. Eflex and the rest of the team from lag now managing to get themselves into a little bit of hard cover. A little good opportunity for some gatekeeping to come through there as well. But is this now down to Greedy and Arab to get themselves secured moving forward, as there's going to be so much contention for this position?
Already wanted, just trying to reposition, get themselves potentially behind a boulder to wait for that zone shift, already taking shots, hits after hit. And there's a bit of a back and forth here between Lag and GREEDYFORKILLS as well, on top of all of the chaos that should ensue momentarily. Now Reno, a little bit of a scouting position. It's Escanor to spot out wanted. That rotation has been made, so they know there's someone lurking in the midst. Oh, the pixels are sticking out. Wanted, their time is numbered. The Blues are now on top of them as well.
Let's see where this one's going to go now. Few altercations coming in. Greedy still not having clear access. Wanted thinking a little bit of that blue zone. But Escanor, they've got the setup here, waiting for the opportunity. They spot the angles, and in they go. It is going to be wanted to be picked up. Arab Golden getting sent right out of dodge alongside yet another team. We've already lost 2 teams in a matter of moments. Greedy will be the other one to fall. As we look over on towards the eastern side, Triple still alive. They've managed to inch their way on forward, but Blackjack is raining down with the utility. Zeke finds the spray, but gets instant repayment. Down goes Old Boy, and that is Triple right off the map.
Oh, what a step up from Blackjack Esports. Unfortunately, timing just wasn't there, and if they didn't already have enough to deal with, here comes the third party from RUKH Esports moving in, already finding Phonics. Hisk now down as the one-man army here to try and secure something for Blackjack Esports, but it's going to be RUKH moving in as a full piece, a full squadron to try and lock this down. Then they have that eastern side. Bronsberg is locking down the northern side, so then they will have majority share of the zone. And now, oh, Monster Trucks as well, come on.
Oh, it's going to be up to Hisk now to see if they can hold up the defensive, but RUKH just overpowering them as they just push forward so relentlessly, and an absolutely phenomenal showing coming through as RUKH really kicking off the day here with a very strong start. But now it's going to come down to that center position, right? URUS holding on to center zone, the world of battle, going to be trying to encroach from that southern edge. It's going to be a very risky approach. There's a 2-2 split currently held here by the World of Battle. Maybe that could pay in dividends, but we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, URUS trying to see what the best approach will be. 3 players up to defend this entire center angle.
As we know, RUKH Esports, they already had a good, at least a little bit of real estate to work with, coming from the east, Bronsberg towards the north, keeping an eye out on Lag, and now Lag trying to take a piece out of URUS. So in terms of that 3-way battle, there is a lot of setup here. The World of Battle as well, specifically, they are just going to be coming through from the southern portion completely unscathed, completely uncontested. So I would keep my eye on the World of Battle to see how they can turn this one into a winner chicken dinner for them, because they are having a lot of space just being gifted to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, but now it comes down to whether or not they'll be able to utilize said space. RUKH, in the meanwhile, also just trying to find a bit of a footing here. I mean, they've already been able to establish quite an overpowering performance, sitting with those 8 eliminations to their name. The World of Battle, as we saw, sitting on 6. Lag also stepping it up, 5 elims to their name. But will they be able to secure even more as they're now moving in from that northwestern side? It's a lot of scoping going around here as the World of Battle trying to do their due diligence before ascending down, but they are looking to play the opportunity over on towards that eastern side.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Of course, URUS, they've been in the center for so long, but you can see the terrain that they have to work with. A few, compounds not really available. So it's only these drums to try and either hide below or hide on top of to try and get a line of sight into the rest of the teams. Once again, the world of battle just left alone. RUKH Esports now rotating around towards that northeastern side, still trying to secure a better line into this fight. Still stage 7, so we still have 2 more shifts coming through before we're going to secure it down and force these teams to ultimately take each other on. But just the eliminations, I mean, RUKH up with 8, the World of Battle up with 6, TEAMLAG up with 5. It's URUS that needs to actually catch up with eliminations. They're only sitting on 3.
Well, let's see whether or not 3 will be enough for URUS to make a big impact here. Now it's going to be RUKH mobilizing themselves, looking to get a good, decent spread. But Lag, they've not yet really been able to find that extra bit of contingency rather coming through from this western side. I mean, they've moved in, they've secured a setup, initial position, but now they have to push even further up. Because the only way in is going to be to either push through RUKH, push through URUS, or head down towards that southern side. We see the world of battle. So with 4 teams here, 14 players up, Lag, they're going to have their hands full.
Love this. I mean, the fact that we have 4 teams more or less up with their full squadron is really going to give us a lot of fun moving into this final engagement. A9Q already tried to step up, is going to send out a nade, but the spray from Weiss will secure the knock. Now the thirst is going to be that question mark. We can see Eugene already reaching in. They want a bit of that information, maybe even to reach in and steal an Elam, but URUS, they're just hiding behind that trench line. They are not going to be stepping up anytime soon, so Eugene will have to go fishing. They need to try and just isolate at least 1 or 2 players to get a words and edgewise here for RUKH.
I mean, RUKH looking very, very confident on their current positioning here, but now it is going to be Pusher slowly pushing towards that center angle. Weiss, in the meanwhile, will find out A9Q. It's now down to Eflex and Escanor. See those grenades about to be sent through. Yes, it is going to be hitting home, but now Weiss still picking up the trades as URUS look to turn the table here. It's going to be Eflex, the final contender left for the side of Lag. But RUKH also now coming under fire as the shots continue to be sent in their direction.
Loving this once again, just the back and forth from these teams. Everyone not looking to let any elimination slide. Now the world of battle coming under fire. Arthur just narrowly jumping to the ground, trying to ensure they keep some HP bars left for the rest of these teams. RUKH in a spot of trouble. You can just look at those HP bars. You can barely see the players, but ultimately it's that damage from URUS that is making it rain. Now we have to ask the question, who's going to be that team to get out on top? Because at this point in time, everyone is under fire. Everyone in pressure cooker.
Yeah, and it's not going to be ending anytime soon. It is going to be up to RUKH now, looking to see if they can assert themselves moving up from the north. Such a glorious angle to be holding. But URUS also not backing out of the fight. Meanwhile, the world of battle now starting to bring in their contribution as they send out the utilities, playing for a 3-1 split. Kron, as we know, a super devastating player with regards to those utilities. Now going to be keeping a very tight eye, but it is going to be Eugene that falls next. Kron does find Weiss, and this is now the world of battle just starting to absolutely capitalize. They are raining down chaos on everyone in and around them. We are down to the final 2 teams. It is only Lag now standing in the way of the world of battle, and that very first winner chicken dinner does fall. And now comes the play. Eflex getting traded up, and the world of battle kicking day number 3 off with an absolute smash hit.
Love to see that, the damage dealt from the world of battle. And again, this is what I was saying, we had to keep an eye out on them because they were gifted so much space towards that southern portion of the zone. They had all the space they needed to even wrap around to the eastern side to really get into a better line of sight to all of the teams that were left on over. URUS, Lag taking out each other. We had RUKH that were just, well, pretty much in a sandwich from both Lag and URUS. So then it was easy cleanup for the world of battle, but that was all the way off of their rotation. Their choice of rotation is what brought them that winner chicken dinner. And I mean, again, just gorgeous performances coming through from these teams. I liked to see, I mean, that utility that they were just using at the end there, it was pinpoint accurate.
I mean, what's also scary to think of is that the world of battle, they were sitting on 6 eliminations coming into the 8th phase. once we hit phase number 9, stage number 9, the last one, they just went absolutely crazy and they doubled the amount of eliminations in one fell swoop. And that is so scary to see, but it's also so amazing to have that happen right here in the finals.
It's good. It's really, really good from the World of Battle. Like we said, when we started off the show, we said there is a highlight. There is an opportunity for every single one of these teams to bring through a dominating performance, and they all have what it takes to get that winner chicken dinner. So let's go take a look at the highlights.
I mean, some pretty exciting play. What a way to kick off the very first match in the final day right here. Day number 3, off to an amazing start, especially if your name is the World of Battle. I mean, such a phenomenal performance. But as we know, a lot of the teams also then stepped up their performances accordingly. So I want to see what that point situation is, how many points our respective teams were able to secure here. And as we know, at this point, every map, every match, and every point matters.
Absolutely. These teams are fighting for their final opportunity at a slot at being the champion of PMPL Africa Spring 2023. But the Water Battle starting it off pretty hot and spicy, 22 points to add to the overall tally, but it was a wild top 4 finish for all of these teams. RUKH, Esports, TEAMLAG, URUS still involved in that final altercation, bringing in not a bad performance whatsoever, honestly. I mean, in that situation, I honestly wouldn't see how they were able to pick up any eliminations whatsoever. But we have to also just shout out to every team on this side of the page. I mean, we have 4 teams picking up 6 eliminations each, I mean, with their respective placements. RUKH and the World Battle just edging above the rest, but it's a gorgeous start for the teams on this side of things.
Oh yes, it's an absolutely phenomenal way to kick the party off. And I mean, look at that. Like it's been a while since we've seen the teams on the first page performing so aggressively. But that would then only mean one thing. The second page is not gonna be it's gonna be a lot more scarce with regards to points. And yep, there it is. It is gonna be 2-1 and none points as we move over and of course welcome the Titan Gaming and Wave Esports team to our donut shop.
It's bizarre that we're saying on the finals day that we're saying welcome to Titans to pick up nothing on the first match of the day, but we know that there's still 5 more maps to go. So I'm still impressed the fact that we're seeing RUKH Esports stepping up to that degree. We know that they're trying to catch up to Triple Esports, who have been more or less consistent. They haven't been as consistent compared to day number 1. I think look, I mean, to try and top a top 4 placement in every single match out of 6 matches in a single day, that's next to impossible. So we will just say that that's going to be the record for the most consistent team this weekend. But if they continue just picking up points, if they continue to not have a terrible day, then it's going to be very difficult for a team to catch up to them without back-to-back-to-back massive winner chicken dinners and massive elimination points.
Yep, that's definitely got to be the approach for a lot of the teams if they're looking to reach that top position. But of course, as we know, next up, we are going to be heading straight over into Sanhok to see what the teams are going to be doing once they step into the jungle. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Go, go, go!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season finals. We've made it all the way here, right? We're in our final 5 matches. Of course, we're going to be heading over in.
Oh, I thought it was me. I thought all of the action just took my internet down. But okay, it's fine. You know, DK likes to do this, especially on Sanhok. He's done it 2 days in a row now. You know, when Sanhok rolls around, he just decides to play a little bit of an Easter egg hunt. So I'll have to keep an eye out to see where DK pops out or not. But yes, Sanhok is going to be the second match of the day. So ultimately, these teams, in terms of the opportunities they have left, it is starting to dwindle down. We're going to have 5 more maps, and then we will be crowning that champion. And what a fantastic start that we had from the World Battle, RUKH Esports as well. But we know that that's not going to be yet enough to try and catch up to Triple Esports, try and take the crown, the king chair away from them. So hopefully we will be seeing a little bit more of an upset, especially from the teams towards the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th placements as we went through from that Miramar game. But of course, for those in chat, let us know what your predictions are going to be like for this match, who you think or you are hoping is going to be rising to the top and picking up a gorgeous, gorgeous set of points. We know for some of the viewers in chat, there's been a little bit of love for Triple Esports. For some of the viewers in chat, there's been a lot of love for Black Hand as well. But we'll have to hear you say that a little bit louder if we want to make that energy apparent for them in the second match of the day. Now, moving into this match, we know it is going to be a tough battle. I mean, the fact that we had 4 teams still fighting up with majority of their players in that final zone just gives you a good idea of how serious these players are and how much they are going to fight till the last possible second to get a slot at the championship. So let's go move in to that wonderful, wonderful Sanhok already cutting down Sanhok all the way in half. So we're providing a little bit of chaos from the get-go. Now, looking at this, I mean, it's Sanhok, right? So we're not really going to be worried about flight paths or teams really rotating to their favorite spots because it's tiny. It's only a 4x4 map, so it's easy rotations, easy pick'ems here for the teams, which we love to see. Also going to be focusing on what the likes of Triple Esports will be doing. If we're going to be having any potential hot drops, be a little bit fun here, you know, just to start off with a little bit of wildness. But as we mentioned, or at least as I mentioned on Miramar, in terms of those hot drops, as much as they give you those fantastic opportunities, they also carry a lot of risk. So even though I would like to see chaos, I do want to see these teams perform at their best. So preferably just disengage and keep the numbers safe. Ultimately, taking a look and see what URUS are going to be doing alongside, of course, RUKH Esports. You can see Weiss, unfortunately, in a little bit of a sandwich up against, I believe they do have a teammate as well, at least to work out. But that 2-2 split from URUS will be a bit interesting with RUKH Esports mixed in. Of course, we have to wait and see what that zone is going to be looking like. Nice and center, not really going to be isolating any of the teams or players from getting to their spots. And here he is, RUKH versus URUS. Weiss! Out of the open. You can be saying goodbye to them quite early on. My goodness. But now, still rotations left for RUKH. And for the rest of URUS, I mean, we've got RUKH down to the road line just on that northern side of Camp Charlie. The rest of URUS deep within Camp Charlie. So they were also not in a position to actually help out Weiss in that situation. Not sure what happened in terms of the parachutes, but hopefully they'll be able to resolve that come game number 2. Oh, number 3, sorry. This is game number 2. Wow, I'm already losing count of games. You see, it's because DK is not here. Because he's not counting for me. Math, not my thing. But we'll take a look at the rest of the teams. For some of the viewers who do favor what the likes of Triple Esports are doing, they are alone currently in boot camp. Nothing really that they need to worry about just yet. So they have a little bit of space to work with. Arab Golden over towards that eastern side as well as Blackjack. So nothing too wild just yet. And yeah, pretty much everyone else nice and secure. So once again, if you guys are in the chat, let me know what your predictions are going to be looking like for the Sanhok. We saw those initial drop sites, or where you might want to know where the teams are situated. A little bit of rotations already starting to happen here for Triple Esports. Looks like they might be heading up to Paradise. Bit of an interesting rotation. Or maybe they're just heading over towards those compounds to get a little bit more loot. VISTA, of course, in Greedy for Kills. You can see VISTA just on top of that high-rise, just on the outskirts of Pine Nun. They've already looted up a little bit. Closing up some of those shacks, maybe getting a few extra utilities. That'll be an interesting one. Taking a look at chat, Elaine actually saying that Triple Esports are going to win with 15 eliminations. Okay, so that's one prediction. And that will mean that I think Triple Esports will be very close to securing that #1 placement. So if they do make that happen, that's going to be wild. Shamu saying Black Hand is about to drop out of the top 6. That's not a good prediction. Why are you giving predictions like that, man? What's happening here? Why are you saying things like this? We need positivity today. It's finals day. We want the teams to bring through the best performances, please. Please. And then, of course, that I have your HUD saying, nah, Black Hand's going to be at the top, man. So, I like that. Let us know a little bit more what you're thinking is going to happen with this one. Meanwhile, if you're taking a look at some of the other teams, the World of Battle over towards Sami, nice and isolated. Still, nothing really wild. There's not even any sort of scouts from the Mind Weapon over towards Paradise Resort. We saw that happen yesterday. It did ultimately result in an awkward rotation for them, but now they know they've got zone, they've got that spacing to work with, so they hopefully should be able to get themselves situated nice and early on. A little bit more towards that northern side. Of course, CRYPTICS making the rotation. Once again, nice and isolated. Of course, Blackjack Esports moving in from Kampong. The Vespas are out in full swing today as well on the other side of the map is what I can see. But over here, at least, Blackjack Esports picked up a proper motorcycle, so I appreciate them for that. Center now starting to move on up. We've got a few more teams trying to take center locations. RUKH Esports towards a little bit of a closer contention in Arab Golden. We've got Ra'ad that's rotating just towards the north of RUKH and Arab Golden. So an interesting opportunity ahead of them. We saw that consistency yesterday where they managed to at least pick up 5 to 6 eliminations per map with a few placements that really bolstered them on the overall rankings. But as we've said, right, just that little bit of consistency is not going to be enough to catch up to these absolute legend players. And now the Mind Weapon reaching in a little bit too far. Unfortunately for them, Wave Esports made a sooner rotation than most. So they're going to be catching off the Mind Weapon. At least picking up 1. Not too bad, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. Joshua Antwi saying, winner chicken dinner, 11 kills for Black Hand. Okay, I like that one. See, that's a little bit of energy that we need for Black Hand. Hopefully they will be able to make that one happen into this one, because we know for Black Hand, the fact that they haven't yet picked up a winner chicken dinner and they're still sitting in the top 5 is massive. They also had all of their most of their eliminations at least stolen yesterday on towards Miramar. I think they did something ridiculous, like 2.9k damage or something in that Miramar match, only secured 5 eliminations off of the back of that. Come on. There was a lot of stealing going on there, so hopefully this is going to be the change for them. They're all the way still in Camp Alpha, one of the few teams still yet to find a position in zone. Whereas that center right now is cooking with teams. RUKH, Arab Golden, Lag, URUS, I mean, take your pick. Pretty much every team is nice and secured between that spacing of Pine Nun and Quarry. Maybe from a little bit of PTSD. Because we know Sanhok ended up on Quarry in that last Sanhok of the day. So maybe they're still feeling that, you know, a little bit of a stress that it caused, and they would like to make that rotation and that location secured as soon as possible. Whereas now, just peering on in towards that quarry position. No rotations, no teams necessarily taking quarry. You can see everyone making such a gorgeous rotation. We haven't really seen much altercations, only 1 or 2 players being dropped from a few of those earlier positionings. And now the question will be where that zone is going to go. Of course, I'm biased. I want cave. I really do want cave. So, zone guards, if you're listening, please, for once, like me. They're not going to like me, are they? Oh, okay. Well, cave is still involved, so it's really not bad. Do give that opportunity for a few of the teams. Good central position that we've seen from them. They've read this like the charm. So everyone has a lot more spacing to work with. Alternatively, except for CRYPTICS, Wave, Black Hand, and Titan, to still have to find spacing within zone. The water battle off of the back of that wonderful winner chicken dinner. Now trying to secure some spacing within zone. VISTA or RUKH are making it quite difficult for them to do so quietly. URUS even reaching in to try and take a piece off of VISTA. And this is what's going to continue to happen. Those in chat, please also give your energy to DK. I think his substation blew up again. Likely. So we need all the energy we can get to get my co-caster back. And in the meantime, we need to see how VISTA are going to be bringing in the energy towards that western side. The wall of battle just behind them. As we know, they've already given their greetings to one another. GREEDYFORKILLS, though, very close to jump into that contention as well. Over towards that northern side. Virtual Gaming, the mind weapon, still just a little bit of sussing out the competition at this moment in time. No one really going to be stepping in or full investing into any altercation. Because we know, moving into that second phase, that is where things are going to get awkward. That's where we're going to see those shoulder-to-shoulder rotations, making it extremely difficult to keep the numbers up. Over towards that western side, we've got Black Hand now just rotating into the southern portion of boot camp. So, an opportunity for them there to potentially take on Triple Esports. As we can see, just that rotation now. Good bit of a high ground that they have to work with. You know, Triple is just on the other side of that road line. Nice spread coming through from them as well. Alternative altercations for them would be the focus of GREEDYFORKILLS just towards the east or towards the south of the zone. And the east of Black Hand, obviously. But for now, it just looks like information gathering will be the focus here. Quarry is still stacked with teams. We've got Arab Golden, RUKH, Esports, URUS, Lag, all taking position are very close to Quarry. So I am telling you, there's a little bit of PTSD that was brought in from yesterday's Sanhok game. These teams really do not want it to finish there again. Now over towards a little bit of an interesting opportunity here. As we know, Black Hand, they've spotted our Triple Esports. We have, the World of Battle now reaching into Titans. And Titans have taken a bit of a longer rotation out. They've moved all the way from their normal drop site in Ruins down to Camp Charlie, now up into the zone, reaching into the World of Battle. You can see just the one knock at least coming through, but there is that spacing to work with. Puncher still staying behind just to get that flanking opportunity. Oh, and the cover fire is good from Puncher. This is why they stay behind. Good angle for them to work off of is going to be finding at least one knock onto Kron. Hazem's HP not looking too great as well. But this gives time to the rest of Titans to recover their losses, to recover the HPs. And P6 is just going to be sending it through. What is happening? Loving this energy. DBS in hand. I mean, this is the best weapon you can have on a map like Sanhok. Already HP going to be going down. Nades moved in from Muhammad. That's a self-nade that's going to be taking Kron out. This is not how they need to be handling themselves, but they do manage to take down P6. So a little bit of time to try and recover. Puncher moving in quite swiftly, immediately finding one. Just Muhammad down, Arthur down. Oh my goodness, I think this might be the end of the World of Battle, but Puncher, those go down. Muhammad is on a 1 HP. And now the swing needs to happen. Teak rushing in, trying to secure this in. Kron holding that crossfire, waiting for Teak. Oh, but Teak's good with it. Good swap around. Step up once again from Muhammad, who just will not go down, who is keeping the dream alive here for the World of Battle. If they clutch this out, honestly, give them an award, because once again, they are holding on and they did it! Wow. Okay. Look, if we have analysts in chat, please go ahead and break that one down for me because Muhammad had no business staying alive, getting a res popped off at all in that situation. I mean, come on. They're going to be relegated now down to only 2 members, unfortunately. The wonderful Nates that actually did help secure them that opportunity to clutch it out also took their teammate Vista immediately, moving on in for that third party. HP is at least up for Arthur. Oh, once again, Mohammed holding on, finding Bisk. Kakao going to be sending through a gorgeous nade, but the connection's not there. And now they regroup and they look to take on Vista just after they've taken out Titans. If Crowns was here, he would be screaming. If you take out Titans, you get yourself that winner chicken dinner opportunity. Arthur, once again, up close. Finding Kakao, a little bit of damage dealt, but it's not going to be enough to get that knock. Oh, but this bounce, this might be it. Kakao needs to rush on out. HP down to a dangerous level. Mohammed still circling around. It's a boot. Good angle to hold on. If Mohammed steps out into this window, this might be that opportunity. But Vista, in all of this chaos, have been relegated down to 2, so it's equal standing. Now the blue zone adds that extra pressure. Mohammed, though, has been keeping such a cool head. At this point, I would still side with the World of Battle. It's a boot, holding that angle in. Arthur sending out a bit of a follow-up now. Pre-nade there, not going to make the connection. It's a boot. How has this turned the table? The nade goes around. It's a boot down. Arthur moves in. The swing around goes through. The DBS not making the connection, but the follow-up with the M4 will be enough. Man, what is the World of Battle doing today? At least we had the likes of Mazzara being able to get that res on towards Bisk, but it's still not over here. The World of Battle, they've already secured another 2 eliminations after completely taking out Titans. You would think they would be done, but no. This is finals. They need to bring through the best performance that they ever have. Now, rotation out of this situation is not going to be easy. Of course, Bisk has rotated on out to try and secure some compounds within the zone. Mazzara left behind. Potentially pick up that spray onto the 2 remaining players of the World of Battle. GREEDYFORKILLS and Triple towards that northwestern side, once again finding one another. Quarry just seems to be the focus here for Sanhok. Time in and time out. I understand why these players have secured themselves these positions. Arab Golden, gorgeous 2-2 split on opposite ends of Quarry, so great positioning that they can hold, but for Quality and Broly from that southern side, Lag Esports might be a problem. CRYPTICS moving on in from that eastern side. They're still running that 3-piece. Triple Esports, what's happening here? GREEDYFORKILLS are in for the action, but Vivo out in the blue, just behind a tree line to try and give them cover. Hopefully they're popping off a mid here. There we go. HP bars back up. Triple still with that 2-piece holding on, waiting for that crossfire, waiting for Vivo to make a move. Oh, and it's going to be down to Vivo to try and keep the hope alive. It's not going to happen. Triple Esports will secure at least, because they still need to get the zone from that northwestern portion. 4 eliminations for them. Blackjack Esports up with 3, and of course, Virtual Gaming with 4. But his World of Battle still up with 6 eliminations, but only 1 player. At least it's Mohammed, just for the World of Battle fans. I guess if you want someone from the World of Battle up, it should be Mohammed into this match. First now, that southwestern portion. A few compounds on Quarry that they'll have to relegate to get themselves into the zone. Blackjack Esports also with a bit of a later rotation than most. Ra'ad towards that northeastern side, with a little bit of cover, with a little bit of angle into Arab Golden. They've also relegated down that 2-2 split. They've regrouped, reset themselves, because they expect there's going to be a plethora of teams now rotating on into center. Ooh, the mind weapon saying hello and welcome to Virtual Gaming, but Malik is going to be stepping up. Gorgeous opener. Zar drops to the floor, but they're not quick enough. Oh my goodness. In a matter of seconds, we say goodbye to the mind weapon and the World of Battle. So their journey will end here on Sanhok, but Triple Esports stepping in, finding a piece of Virtual Gaming. Good awareness, good timing to do so as well, because if they can open this up, if they can take Virtual Gaming out, they get themselves that much closer into center zone. Blackjack now late rotation, as we've said, and that has caught the attention of CRYPTICS. The full CRYPTICS lineup all the way from the north, actually now in a position here to gatekeep Blackjack Esports. Already picked up 2. Blackjack snaking it out in the grass as Phonics right up close and personal to Lazy Boy and El Chapo, who are circling, scrambling to try and find that angle while Senke and Marshall hold back, just in case. something doesn't go to plan. Zone are going to be centering out, going to really be allowing CRYPTICS a little bit of cover. Good opportunity for them as well. I think DK might hopefully be joining us soon as well. So everything is starting to light up here on Sanhok. RUKH now finding triple. Good opportunity now as triple esports will be down, which means our leaders are not going to be able to pick up more points into the Sanhok.
It's unfortunate, but the teams, as we know, right, it's finals. They need to grind, they need to try and play it as best they can. And I got to say, you were asking before, what has World of Battle been doing here? I mean, they brought in such an aggressive performance, but also, as we saw, they didn't make it much further on. But now, being down to the final 10 teams, this is where we get to see if we could maybe have a new rising star coming through.
Absolutely. We've already seen Mohammed just stepping up like an absolute mad lad for the likes of the World of Battle, but unfortunately their journey ended early. Oh, massive rotation coming through from URUS, just trying to sneak on into the center. And again, I was just making a little bit of a joke, DK. I think these teams have a bit of PTSD from yesterday's quarry finish on Sanhok, and now once again we find ourselves in this area.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that's suffering from the PTSD that we are seeing here. I mean, there's so much just going on all over the place. But CRYPTICS, I mean, we were waiting to see a little bit of that step up coming through from their side again. So far, it does seem like they're doing a really good job, still maintaining those full squads up, and at the same time, still utilizing 3 eliminations. And now, El Chapo is going to be finding the 4th one, just looking to pick it into the side here of RUKH, and this is what we want to have. The teams really begin to shake those tables into another shape, and that is RUKH losing more players, but it's down to the final 2. It's up to Again and Ghazi to see what they can bring through.
Oh, loving this energy. CRYPTICS, they've done so well. I mean, they picked up good eliminations onto the side of Blackjack Esports, but they weren't able to secure a team wipe. Now RUKH moving in. At least Arab Golden will be that helping hand for the side of CRYPTICS. And unfortunately, Ghazi out in the open. The spray comes through. It's a quick closure here for CRYPTICS.
Well, let's see whether or not CRYPTICS are going to be able now to continue with this momentum. They've built up quite a bit. They've not yet lost a single player. But as we know, that doesn't mean anything really at this point, as there is still so much that can happen at any single given time. But it is going to be wanted now. Just looking to play a bit of that roof positioning, trying to time the opportune angle, the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the RUKH players also moving through from that western side. I like this nice steady approach that they've got. And what's quite interesting is yet another turnaround. We are seeing that zone pulling up in towards the side of Quarry, and this is what makes it so challenging for these teams.
It makes it incredibly challenging for these teams. But again, like we said, a little bit of PTSD, a little bit of experience onto yesterday's game. Hopefully they will be set and ready. Virtual Gaming, goodbye. So sorry that you can't be joining us here into this final moment of Sanhok. Ultimately, though, good focus on towards CRYPTICS and their positioning, because they got the numbers, they got the positioning, and VISTA don't have the opportunity. Mazzaro's going to be going down. It's down to Bisq now, out in the open, not even in zone. And we can see that reach-in from either Lag or RUKH could be securing them out.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go towards next. It is now still a great opportunity here for CRYPTICS to move in. They are definitely starting to expand their options. The shots now connecting through on tonight. Escanor, A9Q could be the next to fall. And there we have it. It is indeed going to be Escanor, but A9Q now getting caught in the crossfire here. The shots managing to find their way on through and just narrowly escaping a very quick setup right there. But of course, Blackjack going to be quite a thorn in the side. But CRYPTICS swiftly deal with them. Now managing to climb up to 8 eliminations. Lazy Boy has a good angle on towards URUS. Senke sends out the first nade. Could the second one now be the final hit to close it up? URUS in a world of trouble. As you can see, Rauf now having to yeet out the windows. That health bar really starting to plummet. But will we see that bounce back? Is this the chance now for CRYPTICS as they come strafing around? Oh, but Escanor instead finishes off URUS.
Loving the energy these teams are bringing in. I mean, it's only the first Sanhok of the day. Can you imagine what the second one is going to look like? But now we have to take a look at it. We still have a few more teams to secure it out, but down to top 4. Arab Golden might be down to top 3, as only 3 players are still alive. That's the joke, sorry. But no, they didn't do it quite well. But now rotation for them. Wanted out in the open. CRYPTICS just applying the pressure. And we can see not everyone is able to keep up with the action. But look at CRYPTICS, DK. We asked at the beginning of the day, we wanted CRYPTICS to step up. We weren't quite used to this quiet side of CRYPTICS. And now here they are with 10 eliminations on Sanhok. With the most numbers, they can make this one happen.
Yep, they definitely can. So let's see whether or not this is going to work out in their favor now. A9Q, Escanor, still posing a little bit of a threat here to the side of the CRYPTICS. But fortunately for them, Wanted is also there to help alleviate a little bit of that pressure. Now El Chapo trying to come in swinging. They do find Wanted, and that is yet another Elam getting added to the tally. But it's lag down to a one piece. It is going to be Escanor just trying to survive. The DBS comes out. They find Senke, but will the final hit now secure them the victory?
Lovely, lovely work coming through from CRYPTICS, and indeed it will be that winner chicken dinner for CRYPTICS. We haven't had the opportunity to say that in such a long time, so it has been some work put in, but they have done it. 13 eliminations with 2.1 thousand damage dealt, and ultimately, I mean, what a beautiful rotation. We know they started off all the way into once that northern side, so to make that rotation in, to get themselves involved with that quarry, little bit of craziness, and still manage to turn this into a winner chicken dinner, I mean, just well deserved.
Yeah, that was the absolutely glorious bounce back coming through there from the side of CRYPTICS, and as we said before, right, we were waiting to see the return of the CRYPTICS that we had in our previous seasons, and based on what we had in just this Sanhok, I mean, it's looking very, very promising because CRYPTICS, they're definitely looking to build up that momentum and regain a little bit of that ground like they had before.
Absolutely. So now that they have that opportunity, now that they've started here, I would hope they're not going to end it because they still have a little bit of space to climb. They still have a little bit of more energy to showcase. We know this is not the end of CRYPTICS. So again, why wait till the last day to make all of these surprises? These teams, I can tell you now, they have nerves of steel.
Oh yes, they certainly do have quite the nerve of steel situation coming through on that front. But again, a very, very satisfying approach coming in. Sanhok, so satisfying. The team's being dealt a very difficult hand. But of course, we know that we've got a few highlights coming up. Just a few snippets, so let's take a quick look. Some great plays coming through on Sanhok yet again. And I mean, the teams have not disappointed us whatsoever, right? They just kept the pressure coming regardless of the day or which stage of the league we're in. I mean, they just keep on bringing through the surprises. And it's such satisfying PUBG Mobile action coming through here. But of course, we know it's that time, right? We need to see what the overall point situation is for these teams. So let's take a look at that match ranking to see how many points our teams were able to secure. Of course, CRYPTICS, with those 13 eliminations, unlocking themselves 23 points.
Massive win from CRYPTICS. I mean, it's been a while. It's been some time since we've been able to celebrate some cryptic celebrations here, and to bring in that win here on the finals day, massive. Just loving it. I can't undersell how good it is to see a team like CRYPTICS with their experience, with the the legend of CRYPTICS being the one that it is, and these teams with their prowess to finally showcase what that means and what they're capable of. It's so good. But of course, as we went down the standings again, massive helping of eliminations. My goodness, I'm just gonna say massive today. Again, 4 teams with 6 eliminations. The World of Battle, Mohammed should be losing their mind right now because they just clutched out not only Titans but also at least half of Vista. So loving this energy, DK. My goodness.
Yeah, yeah. But let's see what that point situation is as we venture across to the second page. Of course, it is going to be Blackjack sitting here with 3 eliminations up and 4 total points. But the Mine Weapon and Black Hand having a very challenging run coming through here. I mean, we also know the Titans were taken out very, very early on, but at least they were able to secure themselves those 2 elims. And all these extra few points that the teams are able to secure will definitely aid them in just slowly inching their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, slow and steady, right, wins the race. But in this weekend, in this finals, it is all going to be about that explosive energy, especially if you're the likes of the second, third, and fourth place teams who are trying to take that #1 spot away from Triple Esports. Because as we know, they finished off yesterday with 191 points. I think it was about 40 points ahead of second place and third place and so on. So you need a lot more to try and close that gap. You need a lot more energy. But of course, we know we're going to take a short break so we can get ready for that third match of the day, because the only way we're going to be able to crown that championship is by going through the rest of our 4 maps left. So we'll be right back after a short break.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية قفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان.
إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية.
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, quite a few surprises that we've had so far today. Map number 2 done and dusted. Of course, a glorious winner chicken dinner coming through there as well. But as we know, we are prepping ourselves to move into our third match of the day. It is going to be over on Erangel as the teams are getting ready to shake things up on the bread and butter of PUBG. Now, we've seen so many things happen across the board, right? Is there anything in particular that you think we're going to be looking at? But before you answer, of course, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But now, right, speaking about monstrous things and energy, right? What do you think we're going to see come through in this first Erangel of the day?
Honestly, I just love to see if Mohammed can clutch out the way that they were managing to clutch out on Sanhok. They took out the entirety of Titans nearly by themselves, managing to keep the World of Battle alive just for a smidgen more. Then VISTA already rolled in with that third party, and still yet again, Mohammed steps up and keeps the dream alive for the World of Battle. So, off of the back of that winner chicken dinner, now a little bit of this wild energy coming through in the second match. I want to see if that is gonna happen again on Erangel, because honestly, how can you top that sort of a clutch? Honestly, they would win the MVP award for me just off of that Sanhok match.
Yeah, I can't really argue with you on that one. Things are looking so promising, but I want to see what is going to come through for the remaining matches, right? The World of Battle, they've definitely come through today looking to prove a very, very strong point. And so far, they've been performing exceptional. But is that the kind of momentum that is required to climb the leaderboard and maybe find yourself up towards the top 3?
Maybe indeed. Of course, we know everyone will be chasing that slot of triple. Everyone will be chasing a better slot on the overall rankings, because there's an opportunity not only for a better share of the prize pool, but of course to get yourselves into the regional championships, and that's where these teams need to be aiming. We want that better representation of Africa in towards potentially even PMGC. Just saying, cough, cough, cough. So, we'd love to see these teams get that opportunity, but the only way they can do so is by bringing in the points. Moving into this Erangel already, flight path, a very southern portion, so cutting off a lot of that northern reach, and of course, why not? The zone goes north, because we have a southern flight path.
Oh, but we can see at the rankings on the side there, the World of Battle definitely looking to close things up. Already now just sitting only 43 points away. Already making it up into the top 3, 4 points ahead of where Titan Gaming find themselves. So I'm quite curious to see how this is going to develop as the teams continue to make their way across. Of course, good old Aquaman running out in the open fields. Not a single weapon or anything for them to work with. But they are going to get hunted as a one shot now looks to pick up the first possible elimination.
Okay, this is unfortunate. MG, yeah, you can jump for joy, you can jump for sadness, but in that situation, if you don't have any guns and, you're going against one shot with a gorgeous little bit of a rifle action, so not much you can do in that scenario. Unfortunate, but at least for the likes of Blackjack Esports, in terms of the positioning they currently have, all the way over towards Zaki, so Virtual Gaming will fall down to a little bit of that North Georgia Pool action. They shouldn't reach in all the way to Zaki for the follow-up, because that would just be silly. Why would they leave the zone for such things? So at least they'll have a little bit more time, at least with their 3 players, to get themselves looted up and set up for the rest of this map.
Yeah, let's see whether or not that opportunity will be available, and whether or not Blackjack are going to be looking to find a bit of an alternate approach to take here, being reduced. We know with them dropping all the way up into Zaki, that is kind of where they like to go when the flight path allows it. Then, of course, our chicken dinner winners from the previous match, sitting with some pretty good stats coming through onto Erangel, an average of 4.5 eliminations. So there's no reason for CRYPTICS not to pop off on this map as well.
I mean, just off of the back of that last match, they found themselves now up into 7th place on the overall ranking. So, I mean, they're a stone throw away to get themselves into top 6 placement, potentially, and hopefully to continue that wonderful pacing. But also, just to add on, I mentioned RUKH Esports, really good. It was really good to see them in Miramar and a little bit on towards Sanhok picking up some fantastic points, because we know they're one of the teams closest to Triple Esports. I'd say I wouldn't. No, actually, I would. I will go as far as saying they're the only team that can potentially take the slot away from Triple Esports, just off of the bat of how contentious it is today. Ironically, the third team that is currently in potential relegation of getting themselves up to the first spot would be the World of Battle. So, just saying, if they bring in that kind of same energy from Miramar and Sanhok onto Erangel and close this one out, then RUKH Esports would be potentially in danger of losing out their second place. But RUKH Esports only 24 points away from Triple Esports. Now, 24 points is very doable, especially for a team like RUKH Esports. We've seen them pick up 20 plus points of games before. We've seen them even in the finals doing exactly that. So, would you say that we could still, I can't believe this, we still have that opportunity for someone to take the first slot on the last day?
Yeah, the opportunity is there. I mean, we can see the points at the top of the screen. It is still super, super close. I mean, sure, we know the team currently sitting up in front is sitting on 200 points, right? But if you look a bit further down, the top 8, they're all still very well established within that triple figures. So if they're going to look to close that gap, it's going to require a near perfect performance on the remaining 4 games. Is that a possibility? I don't know. It could be, but it's going to be some really, really hard work for anyone to secure that.
It is. Look, again, it's easier said than saying, oh, you just need to get 24 points, in 4 maps. But that's with the consideration that Triple Esports doesn't pick up anything in those 4 maps, which, it's that's not going to happen. And it's easier said than done to pick up 24 points whatsoever, where everyone is stepping up. I mean, CRYPTICS, they've been quiet for about a week and a half now. Now suddenly they pick up at 20 plus points a game on towards a map like Sanhok. It makes it so incredibly difficult for anyone else to get words in edgewise as well. So, and we've had that consistency. I mean, constantly we've had now a pattern where map after map we've had at least 4 teams picking up 6 plus eliminations, and again, that's not even the highest elimination count. So it's going to be difficult. But if it does happen, I'm just saying, RUKH Esports, man, do they deserve a pat on the back? An amazing achievement that would be.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. RUKH, they've just been bringing some phenomenal gameplay. And I would almost go as far as to say is that RUKH has been better in the finals than they did in that first week of league stage. And that already speaks volumes as to what they've been able to achieve in such a short span of time. But now we want to see how that one is going to pan out, whether or not they can keep that momentum going and push all the way through to match number 18 of the finals. But either which way, in the meanwhile, we're going to be waiting for our teams to get themselves into a few situations. It is going to be lag. Now, Knight having a bit of a bumper car situation here. Not the easiest place to really park your vehicle in. But an interesting spot nonetheless. I mean, they've got the players there from the mine weapon situated just alongside them. So this could maybe be... Well, once Knight gets out of that spot, this could be an interesting position for lag.
Definitely could be. We'll have to wait and see. Because I'm telling you, I keep making the jokes, oh, predictions are so hard. Predictions are so hard. But I mean, what in all could you tell me is a fact at this point? We can't even say that Triple Esports is guaranteed to be in the number 1 slot at the end of the day, because there's still an opportunity for someone to take the slot away from them. We also can't even say the Titans are going to be able to be in the top 3 at this point, because there's still an opportunity for someone else to take it. All of a sudden, we talk about the World of Battle, then we talk about RUKH Esports again. We've also been quiet in Phase 2 and Phase 3. A little bit of that shining came through back in Phase 3. So these teams have been stepping it up. I'm loving it, but now we have to see who will take the slot into Erangel. Already late rotations coming through from GREEDYFORKILLS, from that Multi Power, or at least rather the late rotation from Titans, because they're still sticking around here, waiting for that opportunity to get a few shots in.
But as we know, Titans, no strangers to late rotations. Of course, we can see them now just riding the storm out trying to sneak in alongside the players there from Greedy. And this is where things could take quite a few interesting turns, as there's not a lot of points currently separating Titans and Greedy. Only 2 points. So if they get into an altercation, they really need to watch their approach, and they don't want to be the one that gets caught out. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be a little bit of a bumpy road down south as Greedy loses one of their players. We got URUS rotating up alongside them, but that zone now just securing itself further down south, even closer towards Pachinki. This is where things are going to get a little bit shaky.
Ooh, loving this. Now that open up, I mean, just look at that wild, wild cluster of teams into center zone. Arab Golden already towards that eastern outside. Now they're reaching in and they're seeing a few more teams that have made that earlier rotation. So plenty of opportunity for them to get involved with eliminations. But first, positioning will have to be the focus here. We need these teams to get into a prime opportunity, a prime focus point. I mean, a school finish? Maybe on the cards? Can you imagine?
Ooh, yes. Yes, please. Oh, wait, sorry. We can't say that. No.
Reverse psychology.
No, we don't want that at all. We
No,
would
no.
not be satisfied with a school
You would
finish
want that.
whatsoever. But in the meanwhile, we're going to be looking over towards the place here from VISTA, just holding on that western side of Pachinki. RUKH, however, are going to be pushing to the church. And that is going to be quite the essential portion to be holding on to. Some really gorgeous real estate right there. And I'm curious to see what RUKH are going to be doing with this position. And of course, as to be expected, VISTA could look to challenge them for that territory.
We do indeed. Lovely little bit of peeking and prodding coming through, but Bisk, oh, be careful. There's some danger lurking in that church. Not quite yet going to be the focus point here, but a few utilities will be sent on out, so it looks like they're keen to take a bit of an engagement here. We do have a 2-1-1 split coming through. Bisk at least does have some backup from Bizarro, so a reach on in could be possible, but again, it's going to be that line of sight that will cut it down. RUKH even backing off, so... Or they're trying to flank around, not sure. If again does continue on towards the backside, their VISTA just continues on this ridge line, there might be something to say that they can finally take that aggression towards VISTA. Maybe pick up a few extra eliminations. Titans, ooh, finding Arab Golden.
Ooh, come on, let's see what's going to happen here. Who's going to be the one to hold on towards that potato hill angle, as you see, wanted. Ooh, very isolated. Titans moving in full force. They want to claim the territory. And by Bob, they might even have it. As you can see, wanted now just trying to get back to quality and ego. And a good bit of cover fire coming through, allowing wanted now to reach in with those utilities. But of course, if you can hit those utilities, you can also get hit by the exact same utilities.
Loving this, a bit of a reach back and forth. Arab Golden definitely did start this engagement. You know, they were willing when Titans showed up, but now all of a sudden they might be rethinking it. Getting into those vehicles and maybe taking a dash back. They're saying, look, this might not be for us. Already wanted, repositioning, trying to hold on. Titans continue to circle on Antique, even with a gorgeous flanking position. But look at this, P6. What are you doing? Finding wanted an opener. Eagle Eye, you tried to rotate out, but it's not going to be in time. This could be it for Titans.
It could, but wow. I mean, that is so unfortunate now for Arab, as they are looking so damaged. It's going to be Brody trying to make that last-ditch effort to get themselves away and secured elsewhere. But they've just rotated up in towards zone. That is where we see quite a few other teams, right? So they've rotated from one team into many others, and that is going to be RUKH potentially welcoming them on through. We could also add the mind weapon into the mix there, so yeah, good luck. Meanwhile, as we turn towards the western side, it is Triple and Blackjack now looking to get into a bit of a argument here as to who will maintain, or rather regain, control of this compound.
Blackjack Esports already 2 overwards to the underground. Fahita trying to dodge and dive out of the window, but it's not going to be in time already. Triple Esports, they dropped to 2. And there's a good confirmation coming through here for the likes of Blackjack. A good opener. Now back into the vehicles they go. Suddenly what they thought could have been a good fight to take doesn't turn to their favor. This is fantastic defense from Blackjack Esports to secure themselves some eliminations. And at least not too bad losses for them. I mean, they're only going to be relegated down to 3. And they have a pretty interesting rotation, though, VISTA. just up ahead of them, have pulled on in. Nagato now already rotating back, just hanging around to see what information they can gather.
Let's see if they can gather enough information to make a big impact here. Mazzaro just trying to just keep off that initial push. But Blackjack, as we've seen in the previous matches, they look to be quite relentless in their approaches here. So fortunately for the side of Vista, there's only a potential 2-piece left if they do find Phonics, which I think is going to be the case here as Vista now move. Yeah, some easy claps. There we go. The elimination is secured. But this is now the opportunity for Zeke and Hisk to focus a lot more on that longevity. Again, playing for a continuation, moving closer in towards the zone, finding a nice little position to hide in. But as we jump towards that eastern side, it's going to be Blackhand still sitting on a full squad. Now venturing over in towards RUKH. But as we can see also, that zone is getting ready to pop. And, oof, yes, I don't know where this is going to go next.
Sunken City, Sunken City, Sunken City. Please, please, please let us head through because, oh, that can be a gorgeous finish, especially for the likes of the World of Battle, and I'm seeing it. There is a potential here now. I mean, the focus, once again, for me is going to be RUKH and the World of Battle. We know Triple Esports, they have been riding and just ringing in some points, but now there is that opportunity. There is that opportunity here for other teams to hopefully catch up and bring in that closure.
Well, I mean, seeing the Wall of Battle smacked up center zone, that is a little bit worrying for the rest of the teams, right? Because based on the momentum that they've shown so far, it could be a very staunch fight coming through from their side. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Blackhand now trying to reach in as they rotate up, looking for an opportunity. Lag, CRYPTICS going to be presenting them with a bit of a challenge, not allowing easy access and a clear rotation back in towards that zone. But Lag also just looking to mobilize themselves. And I think this is where the ridge line actually works out in favor for Lag, because they can use that as hard cover to just get out of that pressure situation and just advance themselves a little bit closer to the zone itself.
Absolutely, but not before they're going to be peeking on through. Blackhand already taking a shot onto Shot Plaza. Though at least still standing. We'll be driving away from that one. Already a rotation coming through from Blackhand. Again, this is a bit of a later one. So into RUKH, they try go back, but then the wraparound into the north is not going to be as easy as they would think. Plaza now continued down. At least still the rest of Blackhand up and at him. So I don't know. It's tough. Even if they leave this one, if they leave CRYPTICS and Lag, they'll have to look towards Virtual Gaming and RUKH Esports, which is not going to be easy either. You can see Lag now reaching even into CRYPTICS, finding Marshall. Loving this energy coming through from Lag.
Yeah, definitely Lag trying to make it so challenging for the CRYPTICS to get themselves out of this situation here. But with Marshall down, it doesn't mean the worst case coming through for the CRYPTICS though. We do see Greedy getting taken out. They've been sent back empty-handed all the way in 16th position. So let's see where these fights are going to be moving towards next. I mean, Titan's already climbing up to 5 eliminations. And this could maybe be that bounce back coming through for Titans, right? Them looking to contest for that top position, or maybe just looking to get themselves back into second. But Lag not going to be backing out of the opportunity. They want to try and follow through. You can see that spread coming in, while at the same time, Lag are just trying to kind of, you know, get a bit of a leapfrog jump back into the safety of the zone at the same time.
Look, they at least have some scouting opposition, but as you can see, now that rotation comes through, because it's a little bit later, because teams have already set themselves up in, like the Mind Weapon, they've reached in, they've picked up one from Lag, Lazy Boy on the back line as well, spotting out some rotations, Escanor Knight right up ahead of them, oh, good rotation. El Chapo potentially also could reach in and maybe just take a bit of a fight, but they will be exposing themselves to all the teams in the vicinity. Oh, Knight for the jump in, bumper cars, here they go! And that will be El Chapo down to the ground.
Well, there's the opportunity now, if Lag ever had one, to push through and just find the jump on towards CRYPTICS. There we go, another one does fall. CRYPTICS are pretty much getting taken down to only, well, 1 or 2 remaining players. Oh, this is the play. It's going to be Senke and Marshall. The vehicle's coming into the mix again. Knight finds it, but down they go. And now it turns to Marshall, but fortunately for CRYPTICS, Marshall is much further back, not finding themselves right up on the front line. But Escanor could look to bring in the needed upset.
Loving this back and forth. We got territory. Marshall now sending that res on into Senke. But of course, Escanor steps up, trying to secure CRYPTICS, trying to secure that team wipe. Ra'ad goes down in the meanwhile to Titans, and now the step up once again. It's not going to be enough from Escanor, but there is at least still 1 or 2 members from Lag that could get this finish. You can see how close it is. Marshall just down to a sliver of HP.
I mean, that was such a close engagement coming through, but now Lag looking to pick up the pieces down to 1. Hopefully, they can get themselves secured in some way, shape, or form. But the CRYPTICS are going to be using the opportunity to get themselves back into contention. Meanwhile, URUS going to be playing a little bit more of a ball situation here. And they have a widespread, a 1-3 split coming through. And that could be exactly what is required to go up against the side of Wave and the Titans. But Titans, as they've definitely been on quite a bit of a rampage. I mean, they've got 8 eliminations to their name.
8 eliminations and a bit of a tough rotation they still have to make as well, but they'll be moving in just behind the likes of URUS, so still more opportunities to pick up eliminations. Like Koa, finally we hear something from Black Hand, reaching in already 3 up with elims. Now coming through from this interesting northern side. I was worrying. I was so scared to see how they were going to make this rotation happen, but at least they've got a foot in the door.
Here we go, Koa not done yet. Continuing on with the barrage. Laying into the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad, but CRYPTICS will get backed up in 13th place. Koa cooking up the nade. Is it going to find the sweet spot? It's getting close. Ooh, finds a bit of damage. Takes down RUKH in the process as well. And this is now that opportunity for Black Hand to get those health bars adjusted and potentially maybe get a rush secured forward on towards Virtual. But I don't know if that's going to happen because we still have RUKH and the players here from the World of Battle just hanging around in the vicinity. So they need to be super calculated with their next few plays.
Absolutely, otherwise they will be in danger of dropping out of that top 6 placement. URUS in the meanwhile, as we've said it, I mean, we thought that they were going to be in the danger here with Titans, but no, it's RUKH to reach in. Weiss now just behind a tree. Once again, very similar situation than what we've seen before, but URUS, still time is ticking. Titans now moving in, and Ramsey going down. It's a boot from VISTA. Hello! Finding Blackjack Esports not the way that they would have wanted to. Now we down to our 11 teams left, and, well, it's not going to stop here.
Let's see, Mazzaro cooking it up, sending it over. Oh, there we go. Mazzaro on point with that nade, slamming the door shut in the face. Blackjack. But now, Vista not out of the woods. As you can see, Triple also reaching in for a little bit of that longer range altercation. The shots connecting through Thor. A good bit of coverage fire coming in there. IC also holding strong. But this is now quite a strong effort coming through from the side of Triple. I mean, they only have those 2 players remaining. But as we look down south, it is going to be Titans now coming under fire as both the World of Battle and Wave lay into them.
I like the split coming through from Wave Esports. You can see they've got some confidence to deal with. I mean, they're reaching into Vista, they're reaching into the World Battle, and of course they're reaching into the Titans. They want that opportunity to just clear out the southern portion and take it all for themselves. Our P6 and Teak here holding the line. Already a little bit of aggressive smokes trying to be employed here by Wave Esports to try and cut down that line of sight. Potentially even give them an opportunity to wrap in closer. Here it is, the push coming through from Mosta and Petrox closing that gap already up close and personal here with Titans as Teak tries to hold the line.
Let's see, Wave are going to be able to pick this one up now. Titans cooking up the nades, sending that out. They do find Mosta. Ooh, but Petrox, yes, there we go. Gaddafi secures the knock. That is the opener they needed. The only player now standing between them is going to be P6. But of course, the shots fly on through. Down they go, and Wave come out victorious up against the side of Titans.
Oh, I love that bait and switch coming through once again. Titans getting too focused on the vehicle, overextends, overexposes them, and it's just a beautiful closure from Wave Esports, loving that team synergy that they've moved on in. But now, it's going to be up to Black Hand, the duo of Koa and RUKH, to try and shut down Virtual Gaming, maybe even pick up another elimination for their troubles. Oh, self-nade? No, no, no. This is not how we start this. Koa going down, so that push will be just a tiny bit delayed for now. In the meanwhile, RUKH Esports, they're going to be rotating on in. We've got the World of Battle towards the southern portion of the Sunken City, and they will slowly but surely be creeping on in for a third-party opportunity.
Well, it's going to be a slow, steady push, but let's see whether or not Koa is going to be able to pull this one off. It's Koa and RUKH, quite the formidable force. They've also already spotted a bit of an opportunity onto the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. RUKH Now just holding steady, doesn't want to make too much noise, but this is where they need to be super careful, because if they move up too much, it is going to be RUKH to find them, and that is not what Blackhand wants at this point. Malik, we're holding steady, a very, very risky approach to take, but who knows? Maybe they could manage to just hide it out a little while longer, and RUKH, they're not going to relinquish any position at this point.
At least for the likes of Blackhand, CRYPTICS has already gone out, who are just behind them on the overall standing. So they've already done better than CRYPTICS. They've already tried to secure themselves a top 6 placement just for this match. But anything over and above this will just do them wonders. Will just get them closer to that top 5 standing and into a much safer position come for the rest of the matches as we reach the halfway point of the day after this Erangel. Weiss, after the open. Wonderful nade being cooked by Muhammad, and we know Muhammad has just been on something else, finding that opener. We say goodbye to URUS Esports, and we look to our top 7 teams.
Well, I mean, Muhammad just absolutely on point with the utility again, but look at this now, Blackhand trying to push on forward.
Oh, Malik.
A little bit of that retaliation coming through from the side of RUKH, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Let's see whether or not Malik is going to survive this nade. Ooh, it bounces a little bit too far. Koa not being able to secure it, but they, of course, send out the retaliation. And this is a great opportunity now for Malik to get sweep over on towards Blackhand. They're going to come rushing straight into the compound. The opportunity is there. The sprays come through. Malik managing to find one. They find two, and down they go. Malik taking down Blackhand, but not out of the woods, because look at this. It is going to be RUKH knocking on the door as well.
Yes, push on in. RUKH Esports, we want to see if they have that ability to take the #1 slot away from Triple Esports, and at least one extra elimination in the pocket will do it. Top 5 we go. We still have our top 3 teams involved. The World of Battle, RUKH Esports and Triple still in contention for a winner-winner chicken dinner, but Wave and Vista might be looking to start up a stir, although they're going to be finding each other. Petrox already going down. Oh, Mazzaro up with a lovely little bit of shot, but we can say the same for Hemo.
Oh yes, Hemo in a very, very interesting position here. Wave, they've been playing this one a little bit more calculated. As we can see, only 3 eliminations to their name. But they want to try and ride out this wave as best they can. Meanwhile, Vista looking to push in alongside them. And this is going to be a very exposed push for either of these teams. The only way forward is towards that city. And as we know, the Blue Zone is going to be closing up within the next minute or so. And that will just apply even more pressure. But let's see whether or not Vista and Wave are going to look to clean up the southern edge. The shot connects on through. That is Nagato getting picked on up. And up comes the utilities once again. Burst. Oh, down they go. And Wave with a slam dunk.
Love that, the aggressive smokes coming through that just made sure that the line of sight onto the nades was completely cut off. And now the World of Battle, well, they want a piece of the action. A little bit of a dangerous push coming through from Muhammad, but it looks like they got the confidence, and why wouldn't you if you get a spray like that? Nearly the follow-up onto Mosta. Hemo down in the grasses, Gaddafi getting thirsted, but at least the nade is there from Hemo. Hazem even trying to get involved, but it's a bit of an isolated push coming through from the World of Battle.
Yeah, Hazem rotates straight into that nade, and now Hemo looking to close it up, following through, trying to find that extra little bit of a reach. But things up north, quite quiet. RUKH, Triple, keeping a nice steady angle, trying to go unnoticed. But the World of Battle, they're not going to settle for anything less than carnage, as they are now finding themselves smack dab center zone. Some really good compounds to hold on to. But here we go, it is going to be Triple and RUKH pushing it further and further. Icy on the edge, could find the opening that they need, but Bronsberg coming through with that cover fire. The knock is secured. That is Rami down. And Bronsberg now in a world of trouble. Love this off angle coming through here from Thor. Bronsberg trying to find a way to get to their teammate and maybe still contest against Triple for control of the north.
Got a bit of an imposter syndrome going here. We still have our top 3 alive. At least we were going to have our top 3 alive. But the nade from Icy will send our #2 team on the overall rankings back into the lobby packing. RUKH, unfortunately, their journey ends on Erangel. But the World of Battle, Still up with 3, Wave up with 2. Coming through from that southern side could be the deciding factor here. If they pick a fight with the World of Battle now, that gives the opportunity to triple to once again capitalize and maybe even take a better game on Erangel, picking up and just widening that gap that they have on the overall standings.
Well, the possibility is there, but let's see now. It is up to the World of Battle to try and close up that southern approach. Wave down to a one-piece. It is going to be a hammer, and the nade finds its point as Arthur closes it up. Now, it is going to be the World of Battle going up against the 2 players from Triple to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Who will be the one to find it? The World of Battle looking absolutely phenomenal right here. 7 eliminations to their name. Triple sitting currently on 3. All of that thanks to Icy. So let's see if Thor can maybe bring in an extra little bit of pressure to apply onto the World of Battle.
The World of Battle looking to make this a winner chicken dinner with maybe even 9 eliminations if they can grab the 2 of Triple Esports. Definitely will help them on the overall standings to get that much closer to RUKH in second. Wait and see. They have the numbers advantage. They just need to play this one slow. Make sure that they do not get isolated, but rather try and find the individuals of Triple Esports who are running a very wide split. You can see Icy already trying to close that gap, trying to get even closer, but Hazem holding that rooftop, keeping an eye out just for any pixel to step on up. The trees might be cutting off that line of sight for now, but if Icy continues this push, they will be exposing themselves.
Well, it's going to come down to this last little bit of a play. We are in stage 9. There's no more zones that are yet to come. But here we have it. Thor inching their way up. Oh, been spotted out. The shot connects on through. It's now down to Icy. A 1v3 situation. Triple couldn't have asked for tougher odds. But it does seem like Icy is going to duck out to the blue zone as the shots are there. And blue zone closes the battle, taking the winner chicken dinner, and doing so with a glorious performance. 8 eliminations to their name.
Woo! We love to see that one. Great work from the World of Battle. Once again, they have just been on something else, especially Muhammad. But now the rest of the team have just jumped in and they have been stepping up as absolutely phenomenal individuals for them to clutch it out here on Erangel. So I don't know, those overall standings are starting to get a little bit spicy. I mean, why are we having all of these wonderful shifts? I'm not complaining. I just don't understand anymore. Where's energy from the World of Battle in the league phase?
I mean, they were reserving their afterburner for the last day, and that is exactly what we see coming through from the side of the World of Battle. I mean, they're applying so much pressure, trying to see if they can catch up to that lead that Triple has already been able to establish on the standings. And as at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the World of Battle made it super challenging for Triple Esports.
Honestly, I can't even understand anymore. But yes, the World of Battle off the back of we had Miramar to Sanhok to Erangel. They have been picking up a gorgeous amount of points. That second winner chicken dinner now for them just in today's 3 matches. Ridiculous. Firstly, now it means they could potentially even go for the top slot. They're definitely gunning for that second place finish. So let's go take a look exactly how they did that on Erangel.
I mean, it's looking pretty exciting. We just progressing further and further through this final day. We've already reached the end of match number 3, but it couldn't be more challenging because the teams keep us guessing as to who's going to be the team to take that pole position. Of course, let's take a look at the performances from this last match as we head over into our match rankings to see what the point situation is. The World of Battle securing themselves a glorious position with 18 points and that winner chicken dinner. But Titan Gaming, 12 eliminations to their name, taking second place.
I mean, come on. They didn't even get themselves into the top 8 with placements, and they just lock it down. They were on something else 100%. Wave Esports still good effort from them, making themselves known in that top 3 placement. And again, going into this match, they were in 13th place overall. So hopefully they will be getting a bit of a reward for all their hard work. Triple Esports, we know, involved in that final top 2 altercation, ultimately just managing to pick up 3 eliminations. So it's still looking pretty good. RUKH Esports, glad to see them with 6. Blackhand, very good with 7. Let's take a look at that second page, where I expect once again we should not be seeing some wild points. But hey, I am wrong. The mind weapon. Hello.
Yeah, well, don't mind if they do. 5 eliminations to their name, a glorious run. But as you can see, it was a little bit of a tough run coming through for Arab Golden and Greedy, as both teams got sent to our donut shop. But no, right? Some point we need to see a few more people coming over there. But either which way it is going to be a very tough play. I mean, the first half of the day has been concluded. We got 3 more to go. So now let's take a look and see what that overall point situation is and just how close it really is.
Look, I said going into this matchup, I was really taking a look at RUKH Esports and the World of Battle, and we can just see how close and contentious that is. At the start of this match, we had Triple Esports over towards 204 points, now sitting on 213, so not a massive lead for them. RUKH Esports also only picking up 6 points, but for the World of Battle, they've moved up from 161 to 179, just 7 points shy from second place. So RUKH Esports should be shaking in their boots coming back for that second Miramar.
Yes, I definitely think that the World of Battle are going to be looking to shake up everything that they possibly can. But even between them and Titan, there's only 10 points separating them. But now let's take a look and see what the second page holds, right? As we know, Max always says that this is his favorite page to look at. And I mean, there's only 1 point separating 8 from 9th place. So Vista could still make a run for that first page.
They definitely could. I mean, just in terms of the overall movement, it's not as drastic as what we see on the first page in terms of the points that they've been picking up, but there is that possibility for a shift. And again, we have to give a shout out also to Black Hand, which I wasn't able to do. They still managed to actually build that gap between them and the likes of CRYPTICS. So now that means that hopefully going into the rest of the matches today, they've got a bit of a cool head. They've got that spacing to work with. They just need to continue it. Otherwise, they will be relegating themselves that top 6 placement, as they are standing as the guardians for the top 6.
Well, it's going to be an exciting match to see what is going to come through in the final half of the day. And on that, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back afterwards.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Go, go, go!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, this is the final stretch, our final 3 games. Let's take a look and see what is going to happen as we move over into Miramar. The final Miramar is for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Split.
No, no, no. Take it back. How dare you say that? How dare you? But yeah. No, we are here. It is the last Miramar indeed. So these teams only have one more opportunity over towards those sandy dunes to pick up, hopefully, the points they very much need. I mean, again, it's still blowing my mind that we are still talking about a possibility of number 1 changing up, of the number 2 placement changing up, of even the number 3 placement changing up, and our top 6 still is going to keep us guessing till the last map of the day. But yeah. Very western approach here from the flight path on towards Miramar. So DK, in terms of those teams that like the eastern side, well, I hope we find some vehicles.
Yeah, I hope so too. We'll see how it's going to go. But of course, the zone is going to be the deciding factor at this one. We know the previous match went all the way up north. This time around, the teams are going to have to settle for an zone. So curious to see where the teams are going to be looking to rotate towards, right? We know a few of them like to go over to Impala and the surrounding area, but Triple this time around heading a little bit more towards Puerto. I'm curious to see what is going to come through from the rest, as Arab Golden are, of course, making their play right up in towards Los Leones alongside the players coming through from the side of Wave. But we do have a few others there as well. Blackjack also going to be going for the usual location.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Arab Golden just changing it up. They're not this time going to be going up against Ra'ad, rather opting for Los Leones, which makes sense. It's in the zone. It is their usual territory, so let's keep it up. And again, these teams, they have so much experience when it comes to the zone, which is so weird to say, but it's just what PMPL Africa has been bringing to the stage. We have seen the zone reiterated, I think, about 6 times in the league phase alone. So now, when we're back here into the finals, no surprise that we get one more treat of it. And with that being the case, I would expect Triple Esports to move up into Impala very quickly after that Puerto Pareso stop. So they should be able to get their loot on in. Blackjack Esports likely to rotate out as well earlier rather than later. And for the rest of the teams, we know such a western flight path, such an eastern zone. So, of course, the last Miramar of the day, it had to be like this.
Yes, we want to have the teams, having to jump through a few more hoops. It's not done until it's done, as we got to really test them out, test their metal, see what they are made of. And of course, I think we are going to be in for quite a bit of a ride here. But especially now looking at what we've got with regards to that zone and the drop locations, there's no one really looking to get into any major upsets in this early stage of the game, right? The teams want to get themselves looted up before really focusing their efforts towards those positional rotations and the likes. But I am noticing that Lag is actually going for a rotation up in towards Campo Militar, well away from anyone else.
Okay. No, look, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one for me. Lag, already, they picked up a good amount of aggressive energy, especially over towards the likes of CRYPTICS. Ironic that we're staring at CRYPTICS now. So if they can bring that in from that northern side, especially taking that eastern approach all the way from Campo Militar to Terra Bronca, maybe even down south towards Al Azahar, towards the eastern side, they might just be able to slip past the Mind Weapon, moving in further towards the eastern side, outside the outskirts of Graveyard, even potentially, or just that coastal line. So that would be a very open rotation for them to take, really capitalizing on an early placement into the zone as well. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they'll be taking that trip, or whether or not they'll be taking a rather late rotation, as we've seen some teams really been capitalizing on that. But DK, for me, into this Miramar, my question mark is going to be on the top 3 teams. Of course, that being the World in order, rather. Triple Esports, the World Battle, not the World Battle. I keep wanting to say the World Battle. It's not the World Battle. It is RUKH Esports, and then the World Battle. Because the fact that we are still seeing that contention, still seeing that fight for the top 3 placement, it's just so good for PMPL Africa.
Oh, yes, it is. And these teams, man, they just look to bring in upset after upset after upset. So you gotta love the efforts that they are going through, rather, to achieve such strong positional plays. But of course, now RUKH also coming through with some really good stats when it comes to Miramar itself. I mean, an average of 5.6 eliminations per match. That is not something to scoff at. And they've already proven their worth already so far today. So I want to see what their surprise will be for this last ditch effort, this final push over on Miramar.
Final push indeed needs to come through. But what again is going to be an interesting one here. As we take a look at it, we've also spoken a little bit about those top 3 teams, but also top 6, right? That's going to be that focus, especially moving into the regional championship. We want to see which teams will be joining us there. And we mentioned Black Hand as the Guardians, if you want to call them that, for the top 6 placement, sitting on 140... No, sorry, that was the previous match. Let me not lie to you all here. But they're currently sitting on 152 points. So we can see CRYPTICS just on that 138, very close to potentially catching up. And for GREEDYFORKILLS, I mean, they're also just only 3 points ahead of that. There is that opportunity still to see that change around if we can see CRYPTICS, URUS, maybe even VISTA picking up a fantastic game into this Miramar.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly what happens here, because, I mean, looking at Vista's position, they've already looked to get themselves positioned smack dab center zone over in towards that La Bendita area, even potentially Minas Generales. So there's a great opportunity there, but in order for them to succeed, especially in that location, they need to play the elevation, right? Getting caught down in the mine itself, that's not going to bode all too well, looking at the sheer number of teams that could come rotating in alongside them.
We'll have to see how this one is going to be happening. But of course, for those viewers in chat, let us know what your predictions are going to be looking like. Who you want to see grabbing this final win of the day, and who will be bringing in that all-important championship title for Spring 2023 in the African PMPL. Because I can tell you, we still can't predict anything. No. DK, do you think you've gotten better at predicting these sort of standings that we've gone through in the finals now that we don't have the groups, now that we don't have the map shuffles? Because I, personally, am nowhere near having a clearer picture of PMPL Africa in Spring 2023.
I think we just need to put some new batteries in our crystal balls. That might help us make some more accurate predictions as to what could be coming through for the remainder of today's matches. But I don't know, it's going to be such a tough one, as we've seen. These teams continuing to bring in surprises, and it makes it so difficult to get an accurate reading as to what their play, what their approach is going to be here. I mean, we're still sitting with 16 teams up. We've not lost a single player. All the teams now starting to converge back in towards the zone. If we look to the center, this is where we see the players from the World of Battle now looking to encroach onto the side of VISTA. But VISTA, they have been prepared. They know that someone is going to dare challenge them. And I love the proactiveness coming through as VISTA defending the initial position. But this could actually flush the rest of the players from World of Battle more towards that northern side into the rest of the VISTA team.
Absolutely, but also into the rest of the squadron and the zone now with that shift moving in. So Virtual Gaming, the Mind Weapon, holding a beautiful center position. You can see the World of Battle, already feeling the action, getting 2 knocks almost immediately. Likely a little bit of that vehicle action. Bisk already here for the follow-up. Nagato closing in on, of course, the likes of Hazem. So beautiful thirst coming through from Bisk. I mean, that is how you shut down a team trying to push for the top slot. Now it is going to be relegated down to Kron and Arthur's efforts if they want to hold on to that potential push for top 1.
Well, let's see what is going to come through. I mean, there's so much that could be brought in here. I mean, the World of Battle down to 2Ps. It is not ideal, but as we know, it's not the end of the world just yet. Meanwhile, Greedy going to be playing at a bit of an opportunity, trying to find URUS. And as we know, URUS set up all the way in that 9th position with 130 points to their name, trying to close the gap. They're trying to get themselves over on towards that first page. But I wouldn't be surprised if URUS were actually able to accomplish that today. I mean, already right out of the gate here today, they've been stepping up their performance so much. So let's see what that then evolves in towards. Meanwhile, Lag also down south, maybe trying to bring in a little bit of something here.
CRYPTICS liking the rotation they're taking just up ahead of Lag, right? Reaching into that eastern side. It is pretty open terrain, of course, to the southern portion of Al Azahar. So great opportunity to set themselves up there with those high rises. But we know CRYPTICS, they've already had such a good game today. I would not want to see it end here, especially because that's Erangel didn't quite go to the plan that they were working for. And they're still in contention, as we said, to take that position away from Black Hand to potentially secure themselves a slot in the regional championships. But Ra'ad, consistency is key for them yesterday. Will they bring it back into today? Already a little bit of a reach across to URUS, but there is going to be that disengagement.
Well, and I think that is a very well-served disengagement going through. URUS just going to be keeping a very keen eye, not necessarily going to let it slide. But again, it's going to stop that disengage, at least for the time being, as they now move up. Looking to apply a little bit of pressure here. It is going to be Ramsey and Raouf holding on the front line. Got those nades cooking up, but I want to see what the rest of the Ra'ad are going to be doing. Are they just going to sit and wait? Actually, we see Kofu starting to flank up, and this could be exactly what Ra'ad needs to get the jump on URUS.
Oh, okay. All of a sudden, the tables might be turning. But GREEDYFORKILLS, they are doing something similar. You can see a bit of a reach in. URUS already taking the first knock. So, for Ra'ad now, they have stepped into a potential territory of glory here. Rotations have happened. We can see Titans and CRYPTICS in the meanwhile taking a little bit of an altercation of their own. And once again, we are losing player by player by player. Knocks are raining in as we wait for this next zone shift to happen. And it will be centering on Junkyard. So Ra'ad, URUS, they have some time to finish off this altercation before GREEDYFORKILLS move on in.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. That zone, just loving to pressure these teams as they have very limited options. But as we can see now, it's going to be CRYPTICS, Titans, trying to take this to the next level. But Marshall not getting a clear line of sight. And this could be the opportunity still for Titans to get that extra little bit of a jump. Get those points that they need. Because, you know, as you said before, CRYPTICS, they try to close up, getting themselves a little bit more elevated on those standings. At least they are.
At least they are trying. That is for sure. But yeah, we know Titans currently in 4th position, holding on, and it's going to be a tough one. The action was a bit too much for DK as well. I'm telling you. It's all this energy. All the energy these teams are taking from us, and now they might be even taking their electricity as well. So, unfortunate. But we move. We move to see what Ra'ad and URUS will be bringing in. Center position now. Junkyard, we know, is starting to light on up Ra'ad once again. Kofu, unfortunately, the flank didn't quite go to plan. The knock is there. URUS has been holding on by a thread as they've been relegated now down to 3 players. Some early utility being sent out. Ramsey not able to join. El Chapo finding Blackjack as well, so we'll keep an eye out on that just on the side eye. But Ra'ad, this is an opportunity now. Bit of a rotation to move in. URUS, they're still holding on. For RUKH out in the open, again, just narrowly going to be missing that bumper car action, but they might be going back for a second helping.
Well, let's see now. Here we go. It is going to be URUS having to try and make the most out of the situation. Only a 2-piece in Ra'ad. They look to be so relentless in their efforts here. They've not yet been able to find an Elam, but they do get the knocks as Weiss goes down. Farouk holding steady along that tree, not wanting to give the opportunity to them. But it is such a tough challenge here on the lag. Also, they find themselves in a bit of a play towards Arab Golden. Ooh, but this could be exactly what Lag now needs as they move up, trying to get the flush. One goes down, Eagle falls, and there we have it. It is going to be a glorious performance coming through for Lag.
Love this energy moving through. As we said, Lag already, they started to cook up a little bit of something in the previous match. Now they come back to Miramar, they double down, and CRYPTICS might be doubling down on eliminations. Already finding one on the side of Hisk. Blackjack Esports now in the pressure cooker here. Phonics, at least with that flanking angle onto CRYPTICS. You can see the rotation is going to come in. Might put them in the perfect line of sight of Phonics to be able to help out their teammates. But the 2-2 split now from CRYPTICS might be enough to actually secure that position as well.
Let's see where this one's going to go. Sengay now trying to get the most done here. Finds quite a decent spray over into Zeke. Oh, but they get hit with a little bit of a backlash as Hisk comes through with a glorious retaliation. Now, Sengay and the rest of the team having to try and find a way to push up Lazy Boy right there on the front line. Senge slowly losing that health, but the blue zone is not going to make things any easier, as it also is going to be closing up as well. Marshall trying to do the due diligence. They want to see if they can maybe spot out the opportunity and just take out Blackjack in the process.
Well, we can see Hisk back up at least, but unfortunately the losses don't stop for Blackjack. Zeke now down. Phonics and Hisk in a bit of a spot of trouble because they are taking this on as individuals, and Phonics will be the first one to step on up against the likes of CRYPTICS. Unfortunately, numbers not in their side. They don't have cover to fall back on, and the push from CRYPTICS is just clean. Now, Hisk, they just got knocked out. They're back on their feet, and now once again, they need to just run away.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to recover? Are they going to be able to get themselves back into a safe position? I mean, it's such a contentious play coming through on towards the southern side. Lag not going to let them get out of it. CRYPTICS not going to let them get out of it. So let's see if Hisk will be able to survive. Zeke about to get shipped out. Oh, but Arthur does fall. Oh, what a spray that was, though. The World of Battle getting sent out in 15th place and not a single elimination to their name.
Oh, okay, so that's going to put a bit of a wrench in the works for the World of Battle if they want to take the second place finish away from RUKH Esports. I'd even go as far as to say that first place might now be out of reach, as this Miramar did definitely not go according to plan, and we can say that for quite a few teams. Wave might be the next one to say it as Gaddafi goes down. Blackjack, oh, sorry about that. Blue Zone moved in and confirmed a Blackjack back in the lobby as well. Immediately, in a matter of seconds, we are starting to lose and drop these teams like flies, but Wave, they have a bit of a tough challenge up ahead of them. It's Titans, it's Lag to try and stop them from getting into zone.
Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off, though. It is going to be Titans who will get sent back next. Down to the final 11 teams we go. VISTA also just looking to apply so much pressure. Virtual Gaming getting taken down. Black Hand also losing Koa in the trade. And now holding on to their final two contenders all the way up, or three contenders rather, all the way up in towards those far northern approaches. But this is where things are looking pretty grim on the southern edge. It is Wave now getting caught in the barrage of utility. They send out a few in response. But will it suffice? Will they be able to close it up as the jump shots come in? And Wave now trying to rely solely on a Hemo.
You can see the utilities just continue to reign in. Lag up with 9 eliminations, and they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. They've got one more member to try and confirm out, and then they will be getting the team wipe. You can see Hemo desperately trying to get some smokes deployed, trying to cut off that line of sight and give them a little bit of time to get the res onto Gaddafi. But Lag, Knight in particular, stepping up as the first player to potentially close that one out, to find that opener. Gaddafi now confirmed with a nade from eFlex, and Lag, they've got more utilities to send on out to Hemo.
They got a lot more to send out, but here we go. Hemo now just trying to get themselves patched up, as we can see the zone also now taking a move down towards that southern edge. So Hemo not having to worry too much about repositioning. They now have the opportunity to focus purely on surviving against the side of Lag. Meanwhile, if we look up north, it is going to be the players there from Black Hand now looking to roll on through. We got RUKH still hanging in the wing. And I mean, if I was Black Hand, I would be quite scared about what RUKH could potentially be doing here.
I would be indeed. And again, we know RUKH is trying to vie for that opportunity to take the first position away from Triple, to take that first place slot. But Triple within the zone, they've just got a better position into this situation. Black Hand, of course, now just on the side of RUKH, trying to potentially take them out. But you can see the knocks are running in. Even Ra'ad is now getting involved. So it's not making it easy here for Black Hand to even get, or just even think about that rotation into the zone. On the other end, quite literally, of this wonderful, wonderful Miramar, we've got Ra'ad and GREEDYFORKILLS. You're in a bit of a similar situation. Greedy, rotation into zone has to be the focus.
Yep, I agree with you 100% on that. That has to be the focus, looking to get themselves secured. Because if they stay on the edge here, trying to duke it out with Ra'ad, they're not necessarily going to have any security, right? Falling back into the safety of the zone and then playing from that point could definitely provide them exactly with what they need here. But let's see how it's going to go, as Ra'ad also now getting caught by that blue zone. Ghazi just waiting patiently in the wing, trying to get themselves patched up. As you can see, Zuxi, they know what's coming. They know that Ghazi is going to try and make a run for it.
Absolutely, you can see just a few shadows in the smokes is going to give Zuxi exactly what they needed to. Playzone ultimately though is going to be finding Guzzi. So take a look at this, greedy for kills. A bit more opportunities right up ahead of them. Oh, Vista rotation in, back in. They double back and they might be looking to take a piece of greedy. Reno up close and personal. Do they know Mazzaro's just right here? They're going to be spotting out Bisque, but again, Mazzaro's just right next to you.
Ooh, come on, just keep it going. This is such an insane play coming through, as we can see absolute carnage now erupting all over the place. Let's see, is Mozzaro going to be able to find it? They find the first. Will they get the second and the third? So close, they have to. Yes, they get it! Mozzaro, one player getting the wipe down onto the side there of Greedy. It is going to be Zuxi now just holding on for dear life, hoping that Nossa is going to be able to just save them at this point.
Oh, Nagato now has to bring everything into this one if they want to hold on. Vista already up with 6 eliminations. Zuxi nearly confirmed as well. But now back into just a little bit of compound. Ooh, but look at that, the timing. The ridgeline just gives them that opportunity to double back. And hopefully they will be able to get the HP bars up. Mazzaro not able to see that one. Terrain really working in favor of Zuxi. Black Hand, hello? Why? Wait, why are you going out now? Unfortunately though, not with an elimination. And now Nagato out in the open.
Well, that is an unfortunate play, but of course Nagato now getting punished for getting spotted out in the open. Mazzaro, it's a brute, still have the opportunity to avenge their teammate and really bring in such a strong performance and maybe, hopefully, contest the players there from Greedy for this northwestern possession. But it's going to be a very tough play because we have Ra'ad also just hanging around in the wing. And this could actually be where the whole point turns on its head, as we could see Greedy getting caught in the crossfires.
Well, let's take a look. Top 10 teams now left up and alive. Wave and URUS down to only 1. So it's going to be tough sailing for them, but lag up with 10 eliminations. So just taking stock of what we currently have on this wonderful map, it is definitely still going to be heating up the action into the final moment, especially now these rotations that have to come through. RUKH, CRYPTICS, Ra'ad, greedy for kills, now having to move into the zone from their current position. And that does mean that we are going to have a little bit of those awkward engagements. You can see CRYPTICS, now with the rotation they have to make, RUKH Esports can shut them down completely.
They definitely could, and I mean, they've shown themselves to be super capable of doing exactly that. But now it's going to be lag rushing in on the triple squad here. As you can see, A9Q find this approach. Oh, but Fajita with a surprise angle just popping out of the dumpster. The shots come through, off they go. The angles are in, and now it's down to A9Q, who tries to make the most. They are rushing forward, yeets themselves out of the vehicle, and down they. It's going to be the end for lag. But triple looking so glorious here.
Absolutely. Ooh, even a reach into the mind weapon. And we know for the likes of Triple Esports, they cannot stop. They cannot rest until the end of the day, where they can secure themselves that #1 finish. They've done so much work in the league phase. They did so much work on the first day to secure a top 5 placement in every single map. I mean, come on. Surely you would think by now that that would have been enough, but it hasn't. Everyone has stepped on up to try and give them that challenge, to try and force them to their peak. Now, even though they have the lead, they need more points. They need to take everything. You can see it's going to be the same for every single one of the teams in this lobby, especially into this final zone. Though Triple with a better position and the mind weapon. The rest of the teams on the outskirts, DK, they need to get themselves a position in zone.
It's going to be a pretty tough one indeed. I mean, Junkyard, it's no joke. It is going to be such a difficult one to play. But let's see, the mind weapon, good positioning smack dab center. The wave team, well, Hammer, just hiding on the edge here, not finding a single elimination to this point so far. But maybe there could be something just on the horizon. RUKH still sitting with a formidable force, holding on to all 4 of their players. And now they start to take aim onto the side there of Greedy. And Greedy, they have no other option. They need to try and just hunker up behind the tree, but the blue zone is going to catch up to them as well. And of course, RUKH now jumping at the opportunity, applying that pressure, rushing forward. They want to get the wipe and take Greedy off of this map.
They have to. They're going to be able to give themselves not only those eliminations, but also this northern side of the zone. At least there's one more confirmation. Nossa now alone, and I can imagine quite afraid as RUKH Esports get that confirmation. Beautiful nade from Pusher, which means we are down to our top 5 teams, and on that center line, again, still Triple and the Mind Weapon. So for CRYPTICS, RUKH, VISTA, they have a bit of a fun rotation now to try and take in. I do like, though, this position from RUKH Esports because they're going to be moving on in from that high rise. They have the better numbers. They could make this one happen.
Well, they definitely do, but let's see. Is there going to be the opportunity? Will they find the necessary angles to play at? Meanwhile, it is going to be a very contentious play for center. Look at this now. Max getting rushed. It's going to be Marshall just down below, but they got a nice little email. They want to send them, welcome them quite warmly into this side of the zone. Marshall just hunkering up behind that loot crate. And this is so great now for CRYPTICS as they actually managed to gain entry and a little bit of potential play into this compound as Marshall moves up. But this is where it gets super dangerous, super risky. But Marshall, as we know, we've seen this in the previous matches. Marshall not going to shy away from these engagements.
Pretty much in the same building as well. So Marshall, a bit of a blast of the past, maybe a bit of deja vu, but now they need to make it happen. At least it's only the 2 of the Mind Weapon in this position. They worrisome of those windows. But if they can isolate the individuals, ooh, then they have an opportunity. Zar will be spotting out that one. They know there's a push up those stairs coming very shortly. Marshall trying to pick their timing wisely. And right now, I'm liking how the Mind Weapon are playing this. Even White Boy slowly but surely closing on up to help out if things should go awry.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. Ooh, Zar getting a little bit emboldened here as they move down. Oh,
Yep.
But the hits are there. It is going to be Max to close it up and seal the fate for CRYPTICS. Down to our final 4 teams we go. It's going to be RUKH, the Mind Weapon, VISTA, and Triple. And of course, 2 out of the 4 still sitting with a full squad on board. Triple, RUKH, this is their time to shine. And as we know, they are also fighting so hard to see who's going to be able to secure themselves that spot in the top 3.
Zaro in a very dangerous situation here. That zone is not going to make it any easier. You see Rami holding that line, just waiting for some pixel movement. But in the meantime, you take a look at Triple Esports. They have been on a rise. The fact that they've already got 8 eliminations and the potential still of a winner-winner chicken dinner with their current position on the overall leaderboard is just bonkers. Right now, they have that potential to finally secure it up, to finally place their flag in the #1 slot and say, this is ours, we have claimed it. It's going to come down to RUKH Esports and what they can do into this one. They still have the numbers to try and shut Triple down.
Well, let's see what they will hold in store for us as RUKH slowly advance forward, trying to get their foothold in the door. They want to see if the opportunity is there. Mozaro has been identified, but no clear line of sight being able to be played onto that direction. The Mind Weapon, meanwhile, will be using this opportunity to try and sneak in even more so, establishing themselves in center zone, but Mozaro does get picked on up. Down they go. Final 3 teams left to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. It's going to be Triple, RUKH standing a really strong chance here. The Mind Weapon, they've been bringing a few upsets, but they only have a 3-piece to contest with.
And then they're in the Valley of Doom, right? Because they're between RUKH and Triple Esports. Yes, they have the compounds, but it's a warehouse. We know that warehouse has so many openings. There's so much danger that comes with it. Now RUKH Esports sending it into that warehouse as we talk about it, right into White Boy, and they should hopefully be able to close this one out. However, if White Boy delays that push, then that might be the opener. Thankfully, Rami is good for it. Triple now need to move in to close the gap.
Of course, that blue zone is going to be applying the pressure on towards Max and Zar. They have no other option. They need to advance forward, but we are sitting within that 9th phase.
Nice.
There's no more zones that are going to be moving aside from the blue. And Rami reaching in with the utility, so close to finding that last little bit of closure on towards Max. Is going to be Zar. Will be confirmed up. 8 eliminations already on board here for RUKH. 8 eliminations on board for Triple. The Mind Weapon currently sitting on 4, but they only have 1 player left to try and make a difference. RUKH, also, this is where things are turning more in favor of Triple, because RUKH, this health bar is not looking all too optimal.
And again, Triple Esports, they just have such a wide spread. In terms of the crossfires, they have any sort of point that RUKH Esports are going to step up, any sort of point that they're going to try and peek out, to try get some fights, to try get that angle, while there is two more members of Triple that likely have a line of sight onto their position. But again, it's a 4v4 with the addition Su is just out in the blue zone, so we'll be saying goodbye to them. And now here it is, the 4v4 for that #1 slot.
Well, here we go. It is Triple now taking aim as they move in. The final two teams left to contest for the chicken. Bronsberg already losing quite a bit of health along the way. Eugene does fall as well, and Triple now getting ready to strike as the opportunity is within their grasp. Pusher also gets taken on down. This is now Rami trying to defend, but they fall, and that is the end. Triple step up and claim themselves the winner chicken dinner, doing so with a glorious 12 eliminations to their name as well.
Sheesh! Okay, Triple Esports, welcome. Thank you for the wake-up call. It is, of course, our #1 team currently on the finals, and they have just been once again bringing in such a gorgeous performance, as if we thought it was going to be the end of Triple Esports. As if you thought. Nah, well, look at this one. 12 eliminations and 2.3 thousand damage. I mean, they were as active as you could be.
Yeah, they were definitely doing so much work out on the battlefield, but this is so great for Triple as it really gives a phenomenal boost to the team morale. I mean, this is exactly what you need moving into the final stretch right here on day #3 of the finals, and I couldn't be happier for Triple Esports.
No, I'm loving this. I'm not quite sure yet if that will be enough, but I definitely think the fact that they shut down RUKH Esports should at the very least be that sort of shunt to RUKH. They're saying, okay, well, maybe we made a mistake trying to go for the #1 slot. And with the points that they're going to be adding to the overall tally with their current position, I think they might have just been able to secure it. We still have 2 more maps, however, so that could very easily turn on its head. The fact that we're seeing all of these teams still making those final adjustments, still making everything count. I'm loving the energy that everyone's bringing in.
Well, of course, speaking about loving the energy, let's take a look at the highlights.
اللي تحت مرمى نيران.
Absolutely glorious PUBG Mobile action coming through here. I mean, you could almost say this is PUBG at its best for the region. Such a phenomenal performance being brought through there by Triple. I mean, and really establishing a great bit of dominance. As we know, it is going to be that final push to solidify the overall standings. But before we get anywhere, even really close to that, we need to see how many points the teams were able to secure off the back of this last match. So let's take a look at those match rankings.
We know Triple Esports, they picked up the win. RUKH Esports was so close, yet so far, unfortunately, not being able to close out that winner chicken dinner. Gravitated towards will help them on the overall standings. Of course, a double dose of 10 from VISTA and TEAMLAG. And again, just TEAMLAG didn't even make it into the top 8 placement, into the top 8 teams on towards Miramar, but 10 eliminations that they're going to be picking up. The only other teams to still get a double-digit elim. And I mean, loving this. Why couldn't we see more of this in the league phase? Why are we only waiting to the finals to make me lose my mind?
Because it helps with the storyline, because it helps. That is exactly what we're seeing going through from these teams. Got to commend Lag for a phenomenal performance. 10 eliminations up. Man, it looks great. But of course, as we can see, a strong effort being brought in by pretty much all our teams here. Even RUKH securing themselves those 7 eliminations alongside their placement points. 8 points on board. It's still making things so contentious all the way through to the very last match.
Yeah, but we have to take a look at that second page. We know in terms of our top 3 teams, RUKH and Triple, they did what they needed to do. The World of Battle, unfortunately, went out pretty early on. And alongside Black Hand Titans and Arab Golden, we will be having a few customers in the donut shop not being able to pick up the points. I mean, even just the second page compared to the first one just looks abysmal, but it makes sense because we had teams in the top 8 stepping up like absolute monsters. Yeah, for Blackhand and Titan specifically, as we know they're still, and the World of Battle, as we know they're still in the top 6. They hopefully are going to come back on Sanhok with a bit of a better story for us to talk about.
I mean, as we're getting further and further through this day, it is just getting more and more challenging for teams to rise up and secure a solid finish, right? I mean, we keep on getting these surprises come through. Triple just stepping up with that winner chicken dinner. That could just help solidify their position on the overall rankings. But of course, there's only one way for us to find out what will come next. And that, of course, means that we are going to be moving into a quick break before we return with game number 5. Our final right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we're getting ready to hop into game number 5. It has been an absolute roller coaster ride that these teams have been on. I mean, everyone just continuing to step up, bringing in those surprises and setups all over the place. But as we know, next up, we are going to be venturing over into Sanhok to see what the teams are going to be doing when they are allowed to get a little bit more up close and personal on such a tiny map. I mean, what are we looking at moving into the final Sanhok?
Well, we're obviously going to be staring and seeing what Triple Esports are going to be doing, and if they're once again going to be picking up points, because at this stage of the finals, I almost want to say that they have secured themselves that first place finish, but there is still to say, well, what is RUKH and what is the World of Battle going to be saying about that? And of course, how will the likes of Blackhand, Titans, I mean, even CRYPTICS as well, to potentially push them into that top 6 placement? What will they be doing into this match? And of course, well, we don't have to wait much longer. Southern portion of Sanhok will be where it's at.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But as we know, Sanhok, the flight path doesn't matter all too much. What is going to be more important, though, is where that zone is going to be forming and how the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and set up. But again, as there's so many surprises that could be riding just around the bend.
Oh yes, indeed. Let's bring in the action. Sanhok. It's the last Sanhok of the day, of this whole season. Very sad, but yes, it has to happen. So for this matchup, hopefully the teams will be bringing in their best performances that we have yet to see on Sanhok. And again, I'm tired of Quarry. We've had now 2 zones of Quarry in a row on Sanhok. I think these teams need a little bit of a change up.
Yes, just a little, not major, but just a little bit of a change up. Let's see whether or not the PUBG gods are going to be allowing any of that to come through, as we can see a little bit of potential contention coming through in towards Final with Wave and Vista looking to get right down to business. Also, we can see up north, it is going to be the players there from the Mind Weapon and a Virtual Gaming Squad. And as you asked for Zone to be nowhere near Quarry.
Rough. I mean, look, I wasn't asking for that, but okay. Yeah, we will be saying goodbye to pretty much 50% of the playable area on already a tiny map like Sanhok for the first phase, so you can bet your boots that this Sanhok is going to be like no other, of course. With that being said, Virtual Gaming and the Mind Weapon over towards Paradise, already starting things off with a hot drop.
Yep, that's what we want to see. We want to see that hot drop action come through as the teams are making their way in. I mean, this could be exactly what the players here from the Mind Weapon need to bring in a little bit of a push, right? A little bit of that upset making its way in direction. Because as we know, coming into this match, players there from the Mind Weapon found themselves situated all the way in on 89 points. We'll see those points also being displayed at the top of the screen momentarily. But for Virtual Gaming Squad, they find themselves in a very similar spot, right? Both these teams are side by side on the standings.
Side by side, indeed. So for them, I guess at this point in time, again, if you're not in that position where you could potentially climb on up into the top 6 placements, you still have that opportunity to pick up as many possible PMGC points as possible. I said possible twice there. But that means that the Mind Weapon Virtual Gaming, there is that opportunity for them to capitalize. There is that opportunity for them to really start to bolster themselves in the overall. So come rain or shine, this is as important a match. Every single fight that they're going to be taking is as important as the next.
Yeah, you can't pass on any opportunities. If something moves, you got to act, you got to find it, and try and secure as many points as you possibly can. Because aside from this match, there's only one more to go, right? So time is running out. If you want to get the job done, you know what you got to get. You know what you got to do is you got to get down and get aggro.
Oh yeah. No, we need some aggression coming through from these teams. It's the last day. It's the last Sanhok. It's the last time that we get to see these teams in the spring 2023 season on PMPL Africa on Sanhok. So, CQB, man, it has to happen. You have to give it your best. And, I mean, for the likes of Titans, we can see those stats. I mean, average eliminations on Sanhok for Titans, 1.8, which is very chalk and cheese compared to the previous season, but as is this entire league so far. And, I mean, even Triple, hello, spotting out Greedy for kills now.
Well, there's nothing better than a bit of an upset coming through. Triple, as we know, already being able to get a really good foothold with regards to their points. And I'm curious to see how this one is going to unfold, though. Whether or not Greedy will be able to get that jump in. I mean, there's a vast difference with regards to points, sitting on about 80 points difference between these two teams. So this is going to be way more important for Greedy to be successful here.
You know, for Triple Esports. However, it is important for them because they are trying to make sure they have secured safely that first place finish. And it will be their first win here over towards PMPL Africa as the champions of a single season. So, come on. Let's see them make it happen. Let's see them close this one out with a bang.
Well, the opportunity is right within their grasp, as we can see them now moving in. Old boy trying to start that off-angle approach, setting up the nades, trying to create a bit of an opening, and it's going to be Zuxi now to fall first. Nasa super low on the health bar, just a quick little strafe could mean the end for them, and this is already spelling quite a bit of a troubling play now coming in for the players of Greedy. But Nossa is getting hunted, as we can see. Faheza looking to go to town. Icy has been found in the meanwhile. Thor using the opportunity to get themselves back into contention as Nossa goes down. Reno falls. Ooh. And that is just absolute disaster now for Greedy.
Man, but how good is it for Triple Esports? Again, off of the back of that winner chicken dinner on Miramar, they are just running through with points like no other. And Black Hand... Okay, whoa. I need to break this down. We know Black Hand, they love this Camp Alpha drop. Hoa is so up and close and personal now with Titans, taking on the entirety almost of Titans as a solo, while the rest of the team are not really in a position to back them up. I mean, at least the spray comes through from Storm. That does pick up Teak. But again, I'm not sure if the res will be an option, because Titans will be able to go in for a bit of that thirst. Redox now rushing in with the rest of Plaza, trying to give that backup.
Let's see whether or not Redox will be able to get the job done here. The vehicle's flinging all over the place. And it's going to be a very trying play indeed as Plaza gets confirmed. It is looking pretty tough now. Redox not having many options. But they're going to try and make the most. That health bar is definitely taking quite a bit of a dip. But P6 and the rest of Titans now just within reach. That nade could seal the fate here as Redox tries to make the dash. The molly, the nade, and there we go. It's the end of the road.
Oh no.
Titans setting the Black Hand team out with a bang.
And this spells disaster. As we know, for Black Hand, they were those guardians of the top 6 placement, but these last few matches haven't quite been going the way that they intended it to. So now, off of the back of that, we know going into this match, we had the likes of CRYPTICS in 7th with 145 and Black Hand with 152. So 7 points, not much for CRYPTICS to take that placement away. But Arab Golden now trying to hold on. Ra'ad moving in, already finding 2. And the zone is just terrifying.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal zone all the way up into that northwestern side. I mean, such a big chunk of that zone is just water. I don't know how all these teams are going to cram in. That means only one thing. There's going to be absolute carnage all over the place. Plays here from the mine weapon. They've got a good position. They are situated within the zone, but not the most opportune compound to be fighting from. I think this is a good temporary spot, but they definitely need to see if they can maybe move a little bit more towards that western side. Triple, however, are going to be looking to gatekeep the bridge, so I don't know if they're going to be able to accomplish that.
It's going to be a difficult one, as we know. Rotations now need to happen. RUKH Esports in 2nd place currently on the overall. Also one of the few teams to start playing eliminations, but not Triple, of course. Of course it's Triple. To find them out and to start whittling down their numbers. Not only are they picking up their own points to widen the gap on the overall standings, but as if they just want to put the perfect nail in the coffin, they are making sure they are finding RUKH Esports as well, perhaps in a row now.
Wow, I mean, you couldn't even script these things. It's just so random as the teams continue to surprise us match after match. But RUKH, this is such a glorious position. They could definitely gatekeep access towards that bridge. Gatekeep so many teams looking to move through this region. And already it is going to be Arab Golden starting that play as they push on through. Ooh, not the clearest line of sight. But Rami needs to be careful because you can see there are several teams also just situated north of their position.
Just an hour rotations coming through in, finding potential on towards the side of Triple Esports. We can see this. A few utilities now heading on out. Old Boy trying to delay this push coming through from Vista, but ultimately they still have a lot up ahead of them. It's a good split from Triple Esports, but Mazzaro spotting out Old Boy. That might be it now. There's an opening for Vista to move in. Even the confirmation is going to relegate now Triple Esports down to a 3v4.
Let's see, Vista are going to be looking to back out of this opportunity. Nagato just trying to find the opportune angle to approach from. Fahita and the rest of Triple trying to keep their eyes on all these off angles. Such a difficult one to play. But I love what Vista's doing here, just really utilizing the available terrain. Now starting to move on high. Mazzaro going to fish for a few of those hit markers, but Icy's going to get rushed. Biss takes a little bit of damage, but not too much to cause any troubles. It's now Icy trying to hold it down with the DBS, but they will not survive. as it turns down to Thor. Oh, the shots coming in, and this is an absolute turmoil point. As you can see, Thor quickly having to just fall back. Up comes It's a Brood and a Gato. They want that. They can get it as they take triple right on down.
Triple Esports going to be going down for the last time on Sanhok with 6 eliminations that they'll be adding to that overall tally. But it's going to be VISTA to put the nail in the coffin of Triple Esports. And this is why we love Sanhok, because what a turnaround now. Because of the zone, because of that flight bot, these rotations have been so wild and chaotic. Because honestly, the teams don't have any other choice. And now we are still relegating these teams to only 50% of the available playable area in the zone, meaning once again there is no time to just disengage. There is no opportunity to rather take the fight late because you don't have space in the zone. You need the team wipes now if you want to have an opportunity into the later phase.
And I mean, what more could we have asked for coming into the finals, right? These teams definitely being tested, being tried, looking to see who is going to be the most deserving of all these glorious accolades. Now, it's going to be Blackjack trying to pick up Raad as they come through with a bit of a rotation. 2 players already knocked. Hazem goes down. It is now looking pretty grim for the side of Raad. Oh, and there we have it. Kofu falls. And that is the end of the road. But now CRYPTICS could also come under fire as Phonix reaches in, finds a little bit of Lazy Boy, but a very ranged attempt.
Very ranged attempt indeed. It's going to be a difficult situation now. Blackjack Esports, however, from this coastal line, at least they give themselves that spacing, right, into the water. They know there's likely not going to be anyone, you know, still trying to swim this one out. They want to get involved. They want to get on to the mainland and get those eliminations. So they at least cut off the available opportunities, the available angles that can be used against them, but it comes with a heavy price. CRYPTICS now on the opposite end. We can see URUS also taking a bold rotation right in between Titans, and they will be paying for that. Ramsey going down, and now for RUKH and co need to get a res. They need to recover the situation.
Let's see, are they going to be able to get the job done though? It's going to be such a trying play, but here we go. Titans trying to make the most. URUS also now getting caught on the coastline. P6 just holding off in the distance, but a very interesting approach coming through there from the side of Titans. I mean, they got a 3-piece left. We got Accident Puncher moving up on the front line with P6 holding that off angle. Meanwhile, it is going to be CRYPTICS trying to settle the dispute over on towards the eastern side. Lag looking good with their 4 numbers up. But CRYPTICS, things are looking a little bit troubling. They caught in a bit of a 2-2 split here.
Caught into a 2-2 split, and again, this isolation that they have, it might not be helping them when we've got so many teams now having to take that split. Because of the zone rotation, we know that teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail for any sort of spacing, and this is already it. Eflex finding Senke, that open now trying to get the res, but as they're trying to make the swim, already they take damage.
Oh, this is not optimal, but let's see, where's it gonna go? Knight cooking that nade up a little bit too long, standing out in the open, trying to find a good place to put it in. But unfortunately, have to just cancel that one out. Escanor waiting steadily, trying to see if they can find it. They do find El Chapo. Glorious rush coming in, and already, as we can see, CRYPTICS in a world of trouble, as it's now relying solely on Lazy Boy and Senke, but Senke is on the opposite end of the bridge. Lazy has no reinforcements. Let's see whether or not Escanor will be able to survive that push coming through. Lazy Boy now getting spotted out, but there we go. The UMP taking down the glorious play there, and Lazy Boy getting shipped out. Now, CRYPTICS, this is an absolute turn on its head approach.
Well, the fans of Black Hand must be singing praises right now, because if CRYPTICS go down, if this is the last that we'll be seeing of Senke, it means they go down with 0 points, and there it is. Which means they don't have many opportunities left to take that top 6 placement away from Black Hand. Oh, it's going to be tough. They're going to have to leave it down to only Erangel. So, well, we'll focus on that a little bit in the break as well. But for now, Lag Esports, rotation. And, well, rotation out in the open is going to have to be the only choice they have here. Already Arab Golden, Blackjack Esports, even the Mind Weapon can reach on in and find these opportunities onto Escanor and Eflex. And still, that threat is that they have to come across to get into the zone.
It's going to be a very, very challenging play
Ooh,
indeed. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Down they go. We're down to our final 3 teams. Whoa, sorry, no, I read the 3 in the wrong place. The final
Oopsie.
10 teams. Yeah, they got 3 eliminations. That's what I saw. But either which way, it's going to be Blackjack. Now, still trying to inch their way forward. They could actually look to play this coast as they move up, trying to find a bit of an approach to take. That could also mean that they are going to be running into URUS. Arab Golden, in the meanwhile, will get taken on down. And this is that final bit of a push, right? The Mind Weapon, they have all these compounds to play with. They've got such great visibility, especially looking towards that western side. The east, it's going to be a little bit tough.
The East is going to be extremely tough because the teams have to take these swims on in. And now the Mind Weapon holding on into the compounds. They have such a good opportunity here to capitalize on that compound, but it's going to come down once again to the zone shift. I mean, it has just been the thorn in the side of every single one of these teams and really has been putting a spanner in the works of their plans. Now, wait and see. Virtual Gaming slowly but surely inching their way into the zone. Across that bridge line, Escanor, goodbye. Unfortunately, so Lag will not be joining us into the top 8. And Virtual Gaming, they might not be doing it in their full numbers as well.
Yeah, we can see Alpha Luigi now also falling down. It is going to be up to 1 shot. See if they can hold up the name here for Virtual Gaming Squad, pulling them into that zone. But a mad dash is going to come through. The opportunity is there. Max not spotting that one out, but narrowly 1 shot makes it up in towards the zone. And still, the final 8 teams trying to settle this one up. I'm curious to see what Wave is going to be doing. They're moving in from that southern side. They've got all that elevation to play from. As you can see, the rest of the team situated here up in towards Hatin. It's a city finish, essentially, right? These teams really going to try and just whittle away at these numbers, making things a little bit more comfortable for themselves.
Of all zones, I wouldn't have thought that we would have a Hatin finish of all the places. But yeah, this is it. A city finish on Sanhok, nonetheless. As Blackjack Esports now, a bit of a rotation. MG will be spotting out the likes of URUS, or at least RUKH in the water. So, Farouk rather, as RUKH is just a little bit further ahead. And already they're taking shots on in from the likes of the returning teams, especially Titans within the zone. The World Battle now reaching in to VISTA Gaming. So we have a few of those cluster rotations happening. Even VISTA reaching towards Wave. No one is safe with these rotations.
Yeah, no one safe indeed. Let's see now. Pusher, puncher rather, trying to find the last bit of Wave. Oh, sends out a little bit of that M2 for Tappy. Tap, tap. 1 shot is all that's needed, and there we go. It is going to be the end of the road as Wave gets shipped on down. Puncher just adding on these elims. But Vista still in the swing of things. They're going to be holding on to that southern approach. The World of Battle inching in from the west. But Titans got a very beautiful setup here. A lot of compounds to work with, but the zone is going to move. And will they be able to maintain as Hisk now steps up, trying to quickly find their trade up into URUS. But Rauf is still alive. And this could be a great upset coming through. But it doesn't seem all that likely for Rauf now to survive as the mollies are being sent across. And Phonics now having to deal with the blue zone.
Oh, tough decisions now needing to be made. Compromises indeed, just a stone's throw away. Rauf, now a position here, could hold down the line, could secure at least another elimination, or could be secured for Titans. As you can see, they're also fighting for that position into the top 3. They're only 10 points away from taking it from the World of Battle, but at least URUS will be taking 1 more elimination and securing Blackjack Esports back into the lobby. Top 6 we go. Now it is a question of who is going to be having the best advantage into this next phase. Already Vista within center, P6 spotting out Rauf should be holding that one down. And they have a little bit of time to try and secure that before the zone moves in. Already position secured thanks to AXA within the zone.
Let's see now whether or not they are going to look to fall back. It does seem like AXA Puncher just holding steady there as they look to move in a little bit more so. But there's still going to be a lot of fighting over on towards this eastern side as 1 shot is trying to make the most. Gets a beautiful lean over the wall. Finds the first, gets the second. Max now, the final hopeful remaining here for the world of, rather the Mind Weapon. But let's see. Could one shot bring in that upset? They are so close to regaining that ground. Looking to get the confirmation. It is in. Oh, if they only pushed around the box a little further, they would see the opportunity. Oh! Down they go.
One shot nearly being the one-man army here for Virtual Gaming. However, they might have done enough. Max now out in the blue will be able to get that res on up. No, they don't. They do not necessarily have the time to do that. So we take a look. It is going to be the one player here from the Mind Weapon. And then, of course, it is the team of the World of Battle, Titans, and VISTA Gaming. Of course, VISTA and the World of Battle still up with all 4 players. So that gives you a good breakdown of those 12 remaining players. However, look at this position that they're holding. Titans within the zone, not quite yet. Now, both of these teams having to make a push on in. Our top 2 teams in this map now fighting for more points on the overall rankings.
Oh, there's going to be AXA met with a little bit of an unfortunate play. Down goes Max as P6 secures the S12K hit. The rush is there. Vista holding on to a full squad. The World of Battle holding on to a full squad. Titans sitting on 2. Puncher looking to make a play. P6 goes down, but this is now the opportunity for Vista to go on an absolute rampage. But, I mean, they could also see the players there from the World of Battle opting for yet another winner chicken dinner to come through. So there's a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulder here for Vista.
Riding on the shoulder here for Titans as well. If the World of Battle don't go out here with minimal points, then unfortunately they might be saying goodbye to that opportunity to take the top 3 placements, and that Molly will secure Titans back in the lobby, at least with 9 eliminations. Now we look to see what Vista and the World of Battle will do. Vista up with 10 eliminations.
Ooh, and there we go. Muhammad locks it in, gets the knock, dials it through. Of course, now Vista holding on to a 3-piece. It is going to be an absolute brutal fight to the finish. A 3v3. You couldn't have asked for more impressive play. But now the World of Battle, they find themselves in the situation once again. They are no strangers to these odds. But will this into that victorious play. Of course, now Vista trying to make the most. We got Mazzaro on the front line. It's a Brood and a Gato holding on the back end. Mazzaro and Muhammad almost staring down at each other. But it's all going to come down to timing. Who will be able to find these next few shots first?
It's basically like a yin and yang situation here between Vista and the World of Battle. Both inching forward, 1-2 splits as they are trying to find this opportunity. Just that step up needs to be there. And again, the first player that steps up, the first one to make that mistake might be it.
Oh, here we go now, trying to get it. Nagato falls. It's a Brood. Mazzaro left to defend the honor here. And it's looking quite favorable now for the World of Battle as the utilities continue to find their point, eating away the health bars. It's a Brood now also getting found. And Mazzaro not looking too great, but the spray comes through. They find Kron and down they go. It is going to be the winner chicken dinner getting handed over as the players there from the World of Battle step up, taking that chicken with all their hands, gripping onto it with 5 eliminations up as well.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. The World of Battle pick up. What is that? The 3rd winner chicken dinner on the last day of finals? My goodness gracious. I'll have to double check that. But if that is the case, the World of Battle, I don't know what they had for breakfast, what did they have for lunch? We'll have to double check because clearly it is working for them into this last phase.
I mean, I love this approach coming through from the players here of the World of Battle. I mean, they've just looked to bring in so many upsets coming through to today. It's great to see that. I mean, and I'm also so satisfied that they actually didn't do that sooner, right? They left it for the last day, looking to just make such an upset. I mean, had this happened on the first day of the finals, we would have been like, yeah, it's fine, right? The World of Battle doing a thing. But now, reserving that for the 3rd day, kicking in those afterburners, just flying like absolute legends. So amazing. But let's take a look at the highlights. Oh, just so amazing to see that final Sanhok come through and the teams just rising to the occasion. Bring in after upset after upset. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see in the last day of the finals and the teams staying true. But of course, as we know, we need to take a look and see what that match ranking is. How many points the teams were able to secure.
So it's not as wild as some of the other matches we would have seen, but it is very top heavy in terms of the spread of points. I mean, the fact that we have three teams now with double digits on the top of the match rankings, really equal standings. I mean, 16, 15, 14 is just too good in terms of the counting there, but it will be a very good spread as we go down the rest of this page as well. Just again, elimination. Sanhok is the beauty of an elimination spread, and it's going to be providing everyone here to just pick up a little bit more, just to get a little bit extra as we move into our final match of the day. But we can take a look at that second page, GK, and see who else was as successful as the first 8.
Well, I mean, URUS is still bringing in a few points on the board, securing themselves 4, 2 of those being eliminations. Ra'ad also solely relying on eliminations, and the same can be said there for the side of Arab Golden. But, Wave, RUKH, that's not really the amount of points that you're looking to acquire if you try to make a run for that top position, right? I mean, it's looking to be super, super tough and so dang challenging as the teams continue to bring in these challenging performances. I mean, who would have thought, right, that based on what we've already been seeing throughout the day so far, that this was where it was going to be going?
I definitely wouldn't have. Again, the predictions have been so incredibly difficult because the teams have brought in a completely different energy into the final day.
Well, as we know, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to them. But of course, also, as we know, there's only one more match to go. One more. It is going to be the final game, the final Erangel, to see what these teams will be bringing through. So let's head into a break, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the very last match of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is what it's all come down to. It is time for us to see what the teams are going to be bringing in to this last chance, this last opportunity to get those points locked in and see where they end up on the overall standings.
Again, you say such not nice things. Like, why do you keep saying the last this, the last that? But yeah, it is what it is. The last opportunity for these teams now to pick up points. And with that wild game from Vista Gaming in the previous match, they actually just took Black Hand out for the count into the top 6 placement. So they are our new guardians of the top 6 teams, which means, and again, it's very close. I mean, Black Hand are just 2 points behind Vista Gaming. And again, Vista Gaming just 4 points behind the top 5 team, which is GREEDYFORKILLS. So in terms of the shifts that we're still seeing on this final day, top 6 regional championship still has a question mark.
Oh yes, it's got a big question mark, and you know it ain't over until the last blue zone closes up. So there's only so much that we can speculate at this point. We know it's going to come down to this final match to see where the teams are going to be able to get themselves situated, positioned, and what that will look like, and who could potentially then be our new victors coming through for this season, for the 2023 season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. Of course, well, as we know, right? We got to step out in Miramar to see what that game is going to come through. But this way I want to ask you is, where do you want to see that flight path go towards? We've seen it all over the place. What are we looking for with this one?
Well, hopefully we'll be seeing it on Erangel, because that's going to be the last match of the day, not Miramar. So, yeah, in terms of the zone and the flight path, I mean, just give the teams what they want, right? Give them a nice central zone, give them a nice easy flight path. Let's not make the last map a wild one. Let's give them the opportunity to really shine on this PMPL Africa stage.
Well, here we go. We are going to be moving into our final Miramar. As you can see it, I know it's Erangel. But I just like to bring in a little bit of a second take as we move through. Of course, we are going to be starting all the way over at Primorsk, moving through. Ooh, actually heading up pretty close towards Kameshki. So CRYPTICS will be very satisfied with their potential drop location all the way up in towards the north. We'll see whether or not that is exactly where they're going to be going. But this flight path also allows still quite a bit of decent access for nearly all of our teams to get them situated to where they want to be.
Hey, I like that, really. Like we said, we just want to give the teams that final map, that final stage opportunity to showcase their best performances, to showcase, you know, the peak as we can prepare for the next season of PMPL Africa. We need to get a little bit of a teaser, you know, as to what we can expect come back the next season. And of course, we want to see if we'll still be having maybe those last map shuffles in the top 6. I don't think the top 3 are really open for a shuffle just yet, unless we're seeing some wildly record-breaking points coming into this one. We should have some sort of security, but as we know, regional championships are just around the corner.
Oh yes, and there's not a lot that these teams can look to get done with, but yeah, we'll settle for a little bit of an upset with the zone. I mean, back on Miramar, we said there's no water that is being utilized. So it seems like the PUBG gods are trying to make up for that by focusing every map that has water down into that region and really putting these teams through the final few hurdles.
I don't know, I'll be focusing on towards Ferry Pier, potentially even the upper edges of Quarry on Erangel, which is going to be a wild finish here for the last map of PMPL Africa Spring 2023. It's going to be a while since we'll get to say that again. So, as we take a look at it now, a lot of the Eastern teams now, well, needing to rethink. Will they be taking an earlier rotation? Will they be giving up some of those loot points? And in terms of those hot drops, DK, we also have to keep an eye out. There are a few stragglers mixed in amongst the teams, so we might potentially see a few players drop early.
Yes, that's always inevitable to see that kind of come through here, but let's see what is going to happen. It is going to be Icy and the rest of Triple just having a very lovely, quiet position all the way up in towards Primorsk, completely uncontested. Everyone else has preferred a more eastern drop location. So I'm curious to see what Triple are going to be doing with the little bit of free time that they have on their hands. Are they going to look to maybe rotate up more center zone, get themselves situated well in advance? What is that play going to be like at this point?
A lot of questions around the vicinity here. As we know, again, in terms of the placements within that zone, in terms of the locations that are really going to be providing these teams a lot of cover, a lot of opportunity for looting, and central location, it's going to be Quarry, Ferropia, and of course Gutka. So there are a few teams that we know that do generally enjoy a little bit of that Ferropia action. Triple Esports, of course, though, they find themselves on Primorsk already with a bit of a scout from Chemo up to just the outer portions there of Quarry. So there's still plenty and plenty more locations available within the zone. And this is kind of where I want to see some early rotations coming through from the teams. Maybe even a bit of a different change-up. Already Wave finding some success over towards Vista. Again, just purely off of the back of their rotations because they're currently just rotating right alongside each other into the zone.
Well, the majority of Vista is rotating, right? As we know, Bisk is still held all the way down onto that Sosnovka military island. So a very spread out approach coming through from Vista, but it is going to be Nagato. It's going to be chased.
Unlucky.
Right? Wave. They want to kick up a storm here. They want to see if they can go out with a bang. Already finding one. They might as well just get second as well.
Oh, Vista Gaming. I mean, they just got themselves into the top 6 placement, and now here it is. It's Wave to completely shut them down, because if Blackhand have a fantastic game, then once again, I mean, it's only 2-point difference between Vista and Blackhand. So Vista, they can't go down here. Nagato, get out. Just, I don't know how. Just, they can't afford to lose more players. They need as many points as they can actually muster to be able to secure themselves a slot in the regional finals, regional championships.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where it's all going to come down to. So I'm curious to see whether or not Vista will survive the test of time and still secure themselves the finish that they are looking to get in here. But as you said, right, Blackhand, they pretty much essentially contesting with Vista for that slot, for that opportunity to make it on through. So there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. One of the teams that are not necessarily in need of any stress, it's going to be Titan, but always an improvement on their positioning. I mean, who's going to say no to that? Because as you know, the higher you place on the leaderboard, the biggest share you get of that prize pool.
And you're playing for some PMGC points, we know, trying to qualify yourself into the next possible competition. So there's still more at play. And I can say that for pretty much anyone in the top 16. Yes, if you're on the lower side of the standings, maybe you can make a few last-minute changes. If you can't get yourself into the regionals, that's fine. Get as many points as you can to once again set yourself up for not only the next season, but of course, you know, PMGC, get that momentum running. Hopefully, we can maybe see a few new teams joining the likes of Titans and CRYPTICS as teams from Africa that have PMGC experience.
Yeah, let's see who's going to be joining them on that front. But in the meantime, we're going to be looking to see if Blackhand are going to be making it out of this whole Yasnaya Polyana position, right? They've got still quite a bit of a rotation to bring through. As you can see, they are just over 2 kilometers away from that zone. So that's going to be quite a bit of a range to get yourself situated through. And there could be quite a few hurdles potentially along the way. As we know, there was such a big cluster of teams situated on towards this eastern front. So the sooner you can get yourself situated, the more opportunities could potentially be available to you.
Absolutely. Blackhand, pressures on them. At least 3 points. At least 3 points is where they need to start to be able to get themselves back into the top 6, to get themselves into the regional champs. So the story might not be over for Blackhand, but of course, rotations. Wave already being able to pick up that one from Vista Gaming. At least they didn't pick up any more, because as we know, Vista is in a very similar situation to Blackhand. Rad, now a bit of a rotation into the center. Nice little bit of an opportunity. Oh no, never mind. They are full sending it into Wave.
Ooh, this is the kind of play that we wanted to see with Rad are going to be able to get the job done. Oh! Again, coming in swinging here, finding the sprays. Mosta also then gets taken right on out of there. But here we go. One knock, not going to allow Rad just to boldly move into their compound. I love this off-angle position coming through from the side of Hemo. But will that be the angle to play from? As you can see again, cooking up the nade, sending it out of Hemo, almost running into that one blindly. But this is going to be such a challenging approach as Hemo, oh, does fall again, sends it through. But they need to be quick because Arab Golden could also come in for a slice of that pie. Gaddafi now going to be the final hopeful left for the side of Wave.
Of course, we know again picked up 8 eliminations as a solo yesterday in the Erangel match, so it is no surprise that they come through, and it's only again to pick up those elims. But again, we talk about that player work and that teamwork that they've moved on in. So great opportunity from them to pick up that complete wipe against Wave, and ooh, that zone, DK, that zone is gonna go towards Promosk.
Wow. I mean, if Triple ever wanted to be zone blessed, like they've not yet been blessed before, this is the zone, right? I mean, they are holding smack dab center position. Everyone else, aside from VISTA, are positioned within the zone, so there's going to be such a sweaty rotation that is yet to come through. RUKH quickly just enjoying the spoils of their victory, but they have to move on because there's a herd of teams moving in behind them. Arab also going to be making that rotation, so we could see a little bit of a rotational altercation coming through between Arab and RUKH.
Ooh, a bit of a chase back and forth. RUKH very confident into this one, so I mean, I would love to see a few more eliminations coming through. Again, PMGC points. Ooh, lag finding Blackjack Esports as well. These vehicles are going to be put to the test today, and our virtual gaming in a similar situation once again. It's lag dealing the damage.
Ooh, okay, lag. Looking to get on the up and up on this one. One shot also going to get taken right on down. And that is Virtual now holding on with only one remaining player. But it does seem like, yeah, they could have a very limited time, as those tickets are going to get punched pretty damn soon. But here we go. Titans now coming under fire as well as P6. Quickly retaliates, but down they go. Lag now looking to come in with such a dominating performance. You can see Alphalugi still holding strong there for the Virtual Gaming squad. But this is now not the kind of position that Lag would want themselves to be in, so far away from that next phase.
Yeah, Titans in a very similar situation because they've stuck around to try and get those elims, because they've stuck around to get as many points as they possibly can. A9Q now trying to send it on in, be that distraction, give the rest of the team the time they need to get the reses up to keep their numbers into this next phase. So there's a bit of a sacrifice play from A9Q. They are the bait, and hopefully A9Q will be able to switch this one up on Titans.
Well, let's see where this is going to go. A very risky approach. But as we've seen a few clutches come through before, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Instead, they do move the vehicle just a little bit further away. But I like this approach coming through from Lag. I mean, they're keeping their focus pretty tight onto Titans. But they also need to keep an eye on those health bars, because as we know, the Big Bad Blue Zone is going to be absolutely relentless. It waits for no one. And now Titan, they use the opportunity to disengage and rather get themselves repositioned more adequately.
Yeah, definitely loving this. I mean, they're so far away from that zone. They're all the way by Pachinki, as you can see, and they need to get at least into Quarry. So rather just opt in for the rotation, loving that. Again, Triple Esports, what is the zone place? They are so smack center zone. They have practically turned it into a crosshair. Now we have to wait and see who else is going to be rotating in. VISTA still on that coastal line. Promosk housing the likes of URUS Esports, and of course the Mind Weapon and the World of Battle are our first few teams in the zone.
Well, it's going to be a contentious play all the way through to the finish. We got the World of Battle now moving in. They've been really proving their worth here today. CRYPTICS also holding very close to that position. And we can see Black Hand now starting to have a few knocks getting delivered in their direction. But here we go. Center zone is where a lot of the contention will be. We got the players here from the Mind Weapon looking to hold strong. And this is not the easiest compound to defend, especially because you got all these ridge lines alongside it. So hopefully they'll get themselves out of that dip and back onto the elevation. Meanwhile, Quality looking to bring in a little bit of control here.
RUKH Esports once again finding Black Hand. Again, the nemesis continues. These two teams have been on each other every single rotation, especially on Erangel. Somehow, some way, they find a way to just take each other's eliminations, take each other's players. And now, as we take a look at Black Hand, we know they've got that pressure on them. Fire of Golden rotation. Will they make it? Just over their ridge line.
I mean, just you could always call that a bit of a saving grace going through there for the side of Arab. But now the hard work comes because they're not out of the woods. There's no clear, easy play to make at this point. And we are still sitting with 15 teams up looking to contest. We got the players here from VISTA, of course, now all the way down into Primorsk. But alongside them, we've got Blackjack. We got the World of Battle up on the hillside. And it just keeps on getting more and more challenging the further we progress.
Hey, we're loving it already. A bit of a reach across. Oh, Koa, immediate thirst on towards Rami, so at least puts Blackhand and RUKH on equal footing. Still taking this engagement over towards that northern side. The Mind Weapon not far off from reaching in, so unfortunately, Blackhand, they put themselves in a sandwich. A very difficult position now to work with. Already smokes being deployed. I would loot on out. I would get on out because if they stay in this position too long, I mean, what is the chances that the Mind Weapon are just going to, take a little bit of dive into the north and get some eliminations?
Well, we don't really know just yet, but there's only one way to find out. As we know, the team's looking to make the most of what they've been dealt with. And here we go, that zone is getting ready to pop yet again. Ra'ad, Virtual Gaming Squad, a very, very tricky spot to play on that edge. But Greedy using the opportunity to just sneak themselves alongside Quarry and back into a very contentious play here. Hand, however, caught out as the shots continue to fly across. That is Virtual Gaming Squad also now getting sent away. And the zone centers up. This time around, Triple not being zone blessed, but it looks quite favorable for the World of Battle and Arab Golden.
For Blackhand, they can't go down until they at least manage 3 eliminations, and then they need to hope that Vista Gaming aren't going to do anything about that. But now, only up with 0 points. They are looking at a 1v3, maybe even a 1v4, maybe even a sandwich. I don't know. The Mind Weapon have reached on in already, and now here comes Bronsberg. Redox out in the open. Oh, at least will be not spotted, but here we go. Can Redox make this happen for Blackhand?
Oh, the sprays are there. It is just a matter of time. Let's see if Redox will be able to survive. It's a very risky position to be in. RUKH right there alongside him, of course. GG gonna come pushing up with the vehicle, looking to close it out. And there we go. Zar actually finds it as the Mind Weapon closes it off there for the side of Blackhand.
Oh my goodness. Now, unfortunately, Blackhand will be going down only with 1 point. We got the Mind Weapon up with the cleanup. So RUKH Esports also their last opportunity to get points is not going to go the way that they would have wanted to. So whatever they have, wherever they're sitting on those overall standings, that will be it. Triple Esports, though, as we know, the reigning champions potentially here for Spring 2023 in the African PMPL, already still reaching in, trying to find a few more eliminations. Ra'ad rotations have been wild, but they are still here, still going on against GREEDYFORKILLS.
Well, let's see what's going to be on the board for them as they look to progress. Now Greedy just holding steady, keeping their distance. Ra'ad also just trying to bring themselves back into the swing of things as we do see that race now being brought in. But now's the opportunity for Ra'ad to really mount the aggression here. Get that jump in because they have a slight bit of an elevation angle to play from. But I mean, Greedy on the exact same one, so it's pretty similar on either side of it. But let's see what's going to come down as we move through that Primorsk position. The World of Battle, URUS. It's a bit of an altercation here. Oh, the utilities find their way on through. It is going to be Arthas looking to sneak even more of it in. White's now going to be spotted out, and that is URUS getting taken right on down.
Love that coming through from the World of Battle. Already, they've put in so much energy just in this day alone. The fact that they've nearly confirmed themselves that top 3 placement, and now maybe even getting closer to the top 2 because RUKH Esports are out. I'm just saying it could still happen. We'll have to wait and see though. 11 teams still left. Ra'ad up with 6 eliminations, and just behind them it is the World of Battle. Just behind them it is the Mind Weapon, now up against Triple Esports. And of course Triple, they wouldn't shy away from any more points. They don't need them, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to have, but let's see whether or not they're going to be able to find any potential plays. Because we do have the Mind Weapon just riding that ridge line, not wanting to get caught out in the open. But Triple taking a very spread out approach. I see Old Boy on the front line with Chemo and Thor just hanging back in case there needs to be a little bit of that additional support to come through. But Of course, out goes the mollies. It's not necessarily going to find its way over in towards the mine weapon. But this is the approach of Triple, just trying to force the hand of the mine weapon, looking to see what their response will be.
Okay, the mine weapon now coming through that northern side. They have got quite a bit of a split, but just look at this. A 3-1 split from Triple Esports, only investing 3 players into this one, while Thor is still holding on the back line. They need to be careful, though. They cannot isolate themselves. They cannot give up any individual fights. Otherwise, the mine weapon could turn this one around. Now, Titans, hello, spotting out Greedy for kills.
Well, here we go. Things keep on changing up. And now Teak trying to find a bit of an angle there. They did get Fevo. But the rest of Greedy not going to be willing. Just hunkering down in the little shack. Trying to play as cautiously as they can, but the confirmation is there. Axel secures their second elimination. And now, still so much work to be done here. Greedy still just moving this way and that, but Titans, surprisingly, quite holding back here. I mean, they're not mounting as aggressive play as we would have thought at this point.
Well, they also need to focus on what's happening onto that center. Arab Golden can actually reach on into Titans and provide quite a bit of opposition. So their focus might still be just a better position within the zone. They don't want to, you know, fight too much on too many fronts, spread themselves thin, and then be in danger of being taken out so early on. And look at this already. RUKH's going to be reaching in to take out Greedy for kills. So if Titans were still in this position, they would be the ones getting third-partied.
Yep, 100% agree with you on that. But let's see now, as there's still quite a bit of a play to be had. RUKH now coming under severe fire. Managing to hold on here still with Ghazi as they find the opportunity on towards Zar. The mine weapon also looking for their chance back in towards the zone. But Ghazi, are not fortunate enough to evade those shots any longer as they get taken on down. But now Arab Golden looking to step up. Ooh! Erangel getting smacked in the face with that one.
A little bit of a wake-up call coming through now. Arab Golden still within a good center position, but everyone can reach on in to take a piece of them. Greedy for kills now, relegated back into the lobby. We take a look at our top 9 teams, and it's not looking so healthy for everyone else because the numbers are starting to dwindle. The Mind Weapon up with 7 eliminations. The World of Battle up with 6. So it is still going to be a hard fight for anyone to try and secure a good winner-winner chicken dinner in the last map of the finals.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Triple trying to make the most here. Using the extra bit of reach line cover they have to keep those numbers up. Not quite sure if Icy is going to be able to make it through this one. CRYPTICS now in the open. Great opportunity here for Thor to swing that hammer and maybe smack in a few of those elims. Lag in the meanwhile will get taken on down in 8th place. 3 eliminations to their name. But Thor can't really find the hit. There we go. Finds 1 or 2. But will they now drive it all the way to the finish?
Triple Esports still needing to lock this one down. Moving in from that western side. Icy still knocked, unfortunately. So Thor and Chemo might have to take this on as a duo. But we know there is still plenty more teams. Now we have to wait. That zone shift is going to give them some more time to work with. But now the Mind Weapon move on in from the north. There is a rotation now from Chemo to try get Icy. So we will have Triple back up to 3, depending on what the CRYPTICS have to say about this.
Well, let's see. CRYPTICS really looking to step up their performances as we've seen now over the past few matches. But, is that opportunity going to continue as they now rush on forward? A little bit of bait and switch coming through as Marshall goes down, Lazy goes down. And it now turns to Senke. Triple just trying to pull a rat out of a hat here. And let's see where this one will go. As it's a slow, steady approach. The Mind Weapon also just holding on that ridge. But Icy can actually now get the res over in towards Chemo.
Come on, Triple Esports. Let's see what you can do in this last match. Let's see what the champions, rather, of PMPL Africa Spring 2023 have in the tank still left. Oh, just that little pixel sticking out there from Senke. Pinpoint accurate now from Thor. And Chemo and Icy moving on in for the finish. They want another bit of an elimination added to the tally. That nade is just perfect. But now with the Mind Whip, they even reach into them?
Wow. I mean, this is just Triple on another level. Moving in, dealing with CRYPTICS, now taking aim, as you said, already moving towards the Mind Weapon. Who's going to be next? Is it going to be the players there from Arab Golden holding behind them?
Oh, shot in back and forth. Chemo finding Zar. Good confirmation. The Might Weapon, they've been on such a tear, but now they might have poked the wrong bear. Oh, Max goes down. Chemo now looking for the follow-up. Delhop and White Boy not in a position to immediately get a trade, but that does mean that there's a little bit of time for Triple Esports just to calm down, to get some loot, and to get ready.
Let's see where it goes. The final few pushes now remain. Titan looking to play all the way on the edge here. A great opportunity available for them. But of course, we can see there's so much just lurking in the wind. Of course, the sprays looking to connect on Eagle, trying to make that one fly. But will it reach its point? Oh, so close. But Buncher just looking on at the explosions. And Arab now, not quite sure how they're going to play this one out.
Arab Golden now holding on in the center, moving in. Oh, the World of Battle still. They manage actually to secure themselves the finish onto Vista Gaming. So Vista, oh, will only be picking up a handful of points, but we continue. Arab Golden says goodbye. Top 4 teams, here we go. And now just look at those eliminations. 8 to the Mind Weapon, 8 to the World of Battle. It is Titan and Triple who have cough the least when they're already sitting on 5 and 6 respectively.
I mean, this is going to be such a challenging play to see who will be the one to lock it in. Titans sitting on 5 eliminations. They got a 3-piece going. Triple also sitting with a 3-piece. And other than that, it's the Mind Weapon and the World of Battle sitting on 2 either side. But you want to talk about some pretty tough odds. This is exactly what the teams are facing at this point. We are looking to see who will be the one to unlock that final bit of a push, that final winner chicken dinner. Of course, the Zone now just going to be forcing their hand, making their move even closer and closer together as they come for the approach. Thor, I love this off angle, but is it going to be sufficient? Will that allow Triple now to do what they need to do here and potentially maybe find yet another chicken?
Honestly, I prefer the positioning from Triple Esports. That 2-1 split that they have, well, a little bit risky, especially if the Mind Weapon take that rotation to the west, which they likely are not going to because they have been relegated down to a 2. It means that they have the perfect crossfire, not only against the Mind Weapon and, of course, Titans, but also the World of Battle with Kron moving on in, so they could secure the last winner chicken dinner. Now, we need to wait and see how Titans will react to this.
Oh, yep, that's going to be a very interesting one to witness. As you can see, Titans now trying to play elevation on top of the elevation. Team holding steady. Trying to see if they can spot any picks out of place. Axa now noticing that there's a little bit of movement as they get ready for that play. It is so challenging, but the Wall of Battle down to their final remaining hopeful here. Triple inching their way up. Thor also now taking a quick little bit of a plunge. Moving in, but look at that! It is going to be Triple. Titans rather now. Coming under fire. Teak getting found. It's down to Puncher and Axa to see if they can keep the dream alive.
Gorgeous nade sent out trying to make that connection. Ooh, and it will do some damage, but it's not going to result in a knock. And immediately Teak and Axa are like, nope, thank you, out of this one. The Mind Weapon still only with Duo, but they are wreaking havoc, really providing so much pressure over towards Titans. We know Titans, I mean, at this point, they're just playing for a few extra, points to add to the tally. But the Mind Weapon, they are also fighting for a bit of a shift on that overall ranking.
Let's see where that shift is going to be going, though, as the teams continue to try and play this one as best they possibly can. It's going to be a very risky approach, whichever way you look at it. But now, Titans not going to be giving up this Overwatch. They want to see if they can reach into the Mind Weapon. Looking for a little bit of that extra bit of spice here, that extra bit of sauce. But there we go, the Zone now shrinking in. And it's blessing Thor, who's already got that anchor point situated. The rest of Triple now can just look to move on forward. But Titan, now looking to make a little bit of noise as Delhop inches forward. Oh, that nade getting close. But Delhop instead gets found out. Down they go. And it's now solely relying on White Boy. But the same fate will follow as the Mind Weapon gets taken on down. And it is essentially going to be the players now from Triple and Titan and the World of Battle left to fight it out for the last chicken dinner. A Triple T coming in right there.
I love to see this. Chemo, though, out in the open needs to be careful. Puncher could give them more than just a haircut. But again, this 2-1 split, I'm telling you, Thor in a whole different position. The crossfires that they have, as soon as Titans are going to be forced, which they will, down this ridge line, it can be the closer for Triple Esports unless they push on into that northern side, unless they push in to Icy and, of course, Chemo, which is going to be risky. Now out in the blue they go. Suddenly the pressure cooker is on. Kron out in the grasses, trying to stay as quiet as possible.
Oh, there we go. But Teague has been spotted. The shots connect on through. Axel trying to hold it steady. Puncher holding strong. But look at this triple. They're looking to expand on their available options. Thor keeping a very close eye there on towards Kron. As we know, Kron, give them a utility, and it gets super risky on that front. But now, Titans looking to regain a little bit of ground here. They've had to backpedal ever so slightly, and Triple looking to assert their dominance. But it's a very tight run. Titans sitting on, well, 7. We've got Triple sitting on 7. We've got the World of Battle sitting on 8. Some pretty highs coming through yet again, and that is going to be Thor now finding the head and taking down Kron.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now we take a look at the Titan v Triple Esports, who will be taking this final when Icy out in the blue. Chemo now trying to provide that cover, give them that opportunity to move in. Oh, cheeky, goes for the care package, but that shot might be it for Titans. Can Triple bring this back?
Oh, this could be the play. Triple having to try and get that play onto its Chemo. They want to have all their numbers up, but up comes the vehicle. Oh, it overshoots ever so slightly, but a great opportunity for Icy to pick up Puncher. Titans now down to 2, and this could be the play for Titans to maybe run into a bit of a brick wall, but let's see whether or not Triple will get it done. It is going to be Teague to fall. Now the final contender standing between them, and Triple unlocks that winner chicken dinner. Doing so with 11 eliminations to their name. What a run that was.
I mean, come on. Do you not have enough points? Do you not have enough? Of course they have to come through in the last match of the finals after they have almost pretty much concretely secured themselves the championship title. Triple Esports take the winner chicken dinner, and in what a fashion. 2.3 thousand damage. I mean, what a gorgeous play coming through from Triple Esports. They have been dominating this finals.
I mean, that was an absolutely devastating performance coming through here from Triple. I mean, as if one amazing performance wasn't enough to come through from them. They just had to step it up, do it yet again. And I mean, it is so phenomenal to see. As we know, they of course brought the chicken over on that lovely Miramar. Now moving over into Erangel, they unlocked yet another one here for today. And Triple, I mean, they're just trying to secure their positioning, make sure that no one can catch them. And of course, let's take a look at the highlights. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back. What a game it was that we've been watching here. I mean, this final Erangel it was on fire. Absolute fire.
I mean, this entire day has been on fire. The fact that we had every single team step up in their own special way, just, it warms my heart.
Yes, you know what also warms my heart is a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And now that we're feeling all warm and fuzzy inside, we need to take a look at a few things, right? It is that time of the day where, first up, we are going to be looking at map rankings, but we'll get into that momentarily. But I mean, it's been such a performance coming through, right? The team's just stepping up. Triple just pulling another cat out of the bag there. We did see the World of Battle also just having an absolutely phenomenal run today. I mean, they stepped up and they got themselves 3 winner-winner chicken dinners today.
In the last day of finals. Again, when you talk about this, when you talk about, like, keeping a little bit of something special for that last day, keeping a little bit of something special for the finals, why in heaven's name would I expect that the World of Battle is going to get 3 winner chicken dinners in a single day, especially on the last day of finals? And you want to ask us for predictions, although I've been asking chat for predictions, so I'm sorry I'm doing this to you, but I don't want to do it to myself, because these teams are at a whole different level.
Oh, well, speaking about levels, we got to take a look at this in different levels. We are going to be starting off with our match rankings. As we can see, of course, Triple Esports picking up a glorious 21-pointer right there. 11 eliminations coming through. But Titan, the World of Battle, and the Mind Weapon each securing themselves 8 eliminations apiece.
Oh my goodness. Again, I wouldn't expect that this is going to be the leaderboard or the match ranking board that we're looking at in the last day, in the last match of the finals, but here we are. Yes, indeed. Indeed, we have these teams just absolutely being their own monsters. But of course, Rad, I mean, on this page, just purely based off of eliminations, fantastic to see. Very top-heavy match ranking, but this is the last effort. This is the last little bit of a sprint these teams were able to make, and I think they should be very proud of themselves.
Yeah, definitely a glorious performance. But now let's take a look at that second page to see what the point situation is. If you have your calculators in hand, let loose. Because as we can see, Blackjack secured themselves 3 points, URUS with 3 points, Black Hand with 3. And then, of course, we move a little bit down. Everybody, at least for this last match, securing themselves points. And, I mean, this was a phenomenal finish for the very last match in the finals.
Again, it is so good to see PMPL Africa getting to this point where we are constantly, trying to figure out, okay, who's going to be the top 3, who's going to be the top 6, how are we still having that contention on the last day of play? We haven't ever in the history of PMPL Africa had it this close on the last day. We've had a few shuffles, yes, on the top 6, but in the top 3 on the last day? No.
I mean, and that's what we wanted to see, right? An increase in performance across the board. A lot of teams stepping up to the challenge, bringing those surprising performances through. But of course, it is time for us now to head over to the overalls. But we are going to be starting on the second page. So we're going to be starting at 16th to 9th place. So let's take a look. It is going to be URUS sat all the way at the top of this page with 139 points to their name. With the players there from Ra'ad, hot on the heels, 5-point difference. But it's been a very, very challenging performance coming through, especially looking at what these teams on the second page have been doing. But Virtual Gaming Squad, is they've just been having a very tough run. I mean, no shortage of eliminations, but placement points, that's where it was a little bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the lowest in terms of eliminations, and they've really been bringing in some good aggressive energy. But again, the meta change, whereas we do still say that, look, you have to be aggressive, you have to get eliminations, you have to get a lot of fights to be able to make that happen. You can't just completely disregard placements, unfortunately. But rotations have been extremely tough for Virtual Gaming, and the third parties we saw alone in this weekend can attest to why it has been so difficult. But still, we have to say congratulations to the teams on this side of the page. They have still managed to get themselves into the top 16 of the PMPL Africa Spring. So I would still say they should be proud of themselves. This is just going to be setting the foundation for how much more they can build on coming through into the next phase.
Yeah, some really strong players coming in here, and we love to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward as they move towards that next season. But, I mean, now it is pretty much that time, right? We've looked at the teams on the second page, and I think it's pretty much time for us to see who's the team that has taken the lead, taken that pole spot, that top angle. I'm pretty sure there are a few guesstimations that have come in the chat as well, and we can see it going absolutely crazy. But of course, let me just confirm that we have it. Are we gonna do the winners first or first the overalls? Okay, so we're going straight into the overalls. We don't have a champion graphic, but either which way, let's move in and see who that is without any further delay. The answer to the question is Triple Esports, sitting way up at the top with 4 chicken dinners, 112 eliminations, and a glorious 55-point lead over the World of Battle.
But my goodness, my goodly goodness. Okay, look, we kind of knew for Triple Esports in the last 3 maps that it was going to be them. You know, they're over in the top. They really didn't need that last winner chicken dinner, but they went for it nonetheless. However, I need to say, so well done to the World of Battle for the last day of finals. They have brought in a phenomenal day of play. The fact that they are in the top 2, the fact that they are the second placed team was not a small feat. I have to remind you, when we started this day, they were in 6th. They were the 6th team, and they have secured themselves top 2 because of this fantastic day. You know those 4 winner chicken dinners? 3 of them were just off of today.
I mean, that's absolutely insane play to come through from I mean, the World of Battle. It's pretty crazy to look at. But of course, you also got to commend the players there from RUKH Esports, right? They've been just playing such a strong game. And going toe-to-toe with Titan Gaming is no mere feat. That is quite the performance that they've been able to secure and bring in. And as we know, Titans came into the finals with 79 bonus points to their name. But this just shows you how tough the competition is. So regardless of your bonus points, that doesn't mean all that much for you really moving through. Yeah, I mean, the World of Battle started off with only 52 bonus points.
Man, I just absolutely congratulations to our top 6 triple, the World of Battle, RUKH, Titan, GREEDYFORKILLS, and VISTA Gaming as well for stealing it in the last few matches, for making it into the top 6. I mean, you have to applaud them. Efforts to get themselves into the regional championships has not gone unnoticed. It is unfortunate for the likes of VISTA, Black Hand, and CRYPTICS that we won't be seeing them in that side. But of course, next season, you know, there's always to talk about PMPL Africa Fall. Just saying.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? As we know, there's only limited slots to move through over in towards that regional championship. But yeah, we also have our MVP. Let me just check whether or not we have a graphic to display that, or are we just going to drop the bomb on the viewers? Okay, so we're just going to drop the bomb. If you want to give a quick prediction, I know there's a slight delay between us and the actual chat. So give us a quick prediction as to who you think is the MVP. We'll try and build suspense a little while longer as we wait for a quick few answers to come through here. But I got to say is, based on the gameplay and the action that we've seen so far, right? This season of the PMPL, it's looking phenomenal, right? The changes that we've had come through from a previous one into this one, absolutely amazing. Yes, it is top-notch. It is insane. It is crazy. But of course, yeah, let's see what is going to come through. We did have something in the chat. All right, so let's drop the bomb. Of course, our MVP is none other than Old Boy, who takes it home. And what a performance that has been. I mean, Old Boy, well done. Big congratulations. And a very well-deserved one coming through on that. But on that bombshell as well, we are going to say a big thank you to all our viewers for joining us right here for all the action over these past 3 weeks. Thank you to all the teams for stepping up and bringing in such phenomenal gameplay. Of course, a big shout out to all my co-casters, Oxy and Mr. Crowns himself. I know he's probably in the chat somewhere.
You can't run away from this. We have to say thank you to you as well. And of course, also just a quick shout out, as I can disturb DK. Had a little bit of a prediction running for myself. I was asking who was going to be taking that last winner chicken dinner. And I mean, over and above the pre-book, Third Eye of Jihad, thank you so much for sticking around with us and joining us in the viewers in the chat back to back. We'll have to wait to see who's going to be our chat or viewer MVP that we like to run in the next season of PMPL Africa. But also, thank you to DK for joining us on the stage, as he always does. So yeah, I couldn't give you that opportunity to not say thank you to yourself.
Yeah, but also, anyway, so we are going to be moving on from there, right? So big thank you going out to everyone. Shout out to Jihad, of course. Well done, well played. But that is going to bring us to the end of the evening. Of course, we can't forget about the production team. Thank you so much. You guys are absolute legends. And with that, we will end the show right here. So thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you all back again soon. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty. See you all later.
Bye.